So Twitter is worth 33% of Musk's purchase price, Fidelity says. Twitter is now worth just 1/3 of what Elon Musk paid for the social media platform, according to Fidelity, which recently marked down the value of its stake in the company. So there you have it. That's a big genius business move for those of you who don't understand. Why did I talk about all these MAGA rappers? Why did I talk about all this like crazy MAGA shit? Well, there was a very important reason for it. It's because the crazy MAGA guys have found another thing to get mad at. Because like they already took down Target. They already fucking lost their minds at Target. So now we need a new target. We need like something else to get fucking upset at because, we're still bored. Life is not better. Life still sucks. Okay? So this guy, Joey Manarino, okay, who is an Italian-American, who is a BS in communications, my favorite new guy on Twitter, wrote 19 hours ago this incredibly important Twitter thread, which got 21,000 likes, by the way. Joey Manarino said, "We have a problem. Chick-fil-A just hired a VP of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. This is bad. Very bad. I don't want to have to boycott. Are we going to have to boycott?" Now, every part of this is so profoundly lib shit. Okay? Like, even the cadence, the corporate Memphis ass way of writing, every part of this is just lib shit. Okay? Now, however, obviously this would not be a great post for me to read if it wasn't for some unhinged shit that Joey also adds to the Twitter thread. Because like what happens when a company hires a VP of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion? Well, let me tell you what happens. According to Joey Manarino, it's only a matter of time until they start putting T-word semen in the frosted lemonade at this point. Yeah. And then he said, okay, y'all, so what is the consensus? Are we boycotting Chick-fil-A or not? I said, yes, boycott, but a lot of people are saying, no, we do not boycott. So here's what happened. Chick-fil-A did the classic, corporate culture to glorify God by being a faithful steward of all that is entrusted to us. I feel like this is a Jimmy Levi song. It's like, to glorify God by being a faithful steward. Okay, I don't know why. I've listened to too much Jimmy Levi. I just think like I read everything in his voice now. Our founder, Trueth Cathy. What the fuck is that name, bro? Truett? Anyway, believe that a great company is a caring company. And since the beginning, care has been at the center of everything we do. We understand that the path toward better at together looks different for every business. At Chick-fil-A Inc., our commitment is to... first of all, I see a lot of naysayers in the chat saying that sounded like you were seeing ghosts, bro. I was. Bro, y'all make chicken sandwiches. The fuck do you mean, steward of God? Have you had a Chick-fil-A sandwich? It's delicious. I'm sorry. A lot of people say it's mid. You're fucking naysayers. You're liars. You are heathens. You are antichrist. Chick-fil-A's pretty bomb. Okay? It's pretty goddamn good. Stop saying it's mid, especially when you can get it in a pinch. Okay? Now, are there better chicken shops out there? Certainly, but I'm talking about like a store that's open at all hours pretty much, you know what I mean? And where you could actually get a grilled chicken alternative as well. Except for Sundays, which is something that they really need to stop. They need to stop with this whole like we're not, we do God stuff on Sundays bullshit, okay? Stop it. They need to stay open on Sundays. Fucking bullshit. Anyway. Chick-fil-A restaurants have long been recognized. Oh no, he's also black. Oh, it's a wrap. It's done. Conservatives will lose their fucking minds at this, dude. Oh, it's so Jover. Chicken is woke now. Chick-fil-A restaurants have long been recognized as a place where people know they will be treated well. Modeling care for others starts in the restaurant, and we are committed to ensuring mutual respect, understanding, and dignity everywhere we do business. These tenets are good for business practice and crucial to fulfilling our corporate purpose. So they recruit top-tier, talent. They're providing access to education, engaging through Chick-fil-A community groups, fostering a diverse supplier partnership. None of this even says that they're going to do a lot of like diversity initiatives, but DEI as a like a corporate, in the corporate structure, even if they like mention those three letters now, people are going crazy. Okay.
And meanwhile,
so Chick-fil-A is now woke filet, and we're canceling Chick-fil-A. Okay. Or at least conservatives are. I wish them well. Finally, it's coming. It's happening, and I love it. Hasan, this is all a misunderstanding. Here's a message from a Chick-fil-A spokesperson. We apologize for attempting to be inclusive and accepting of all people. We have made a donation to the anti-LGBTQ charity to show our commitment to lifelong homophobia. We will also be extra closed on Sunday. Austin is the Chick-fil-A person. He was freaking out this morning when he found out about this Chick-fil-A shit. I live in OK. MAGA Andes are mad at Harley Davidson too. Did you lose the lawsuit? What lawsuit? Oh. Kaya. What's this guy talking about? Kaya. I think you must, maybe XCC were mentioning a lawsuit. Poor chose the trans, everything they hold beer. I'm glad the LGBTQ community and conservatives are boycotting Chick-fil-A. Maybe the lines will be shorter now. Dude, this girl needs treats pronto. I canceled Chick-fil-A when they stopped giving free chicken sandwiches on their rewards app. The people mad at Harley are either too poor to afford or ride like 3 times a year and will be dead long before they're in the market for another bike. Anyway. Where was I? Where the fuck was I? This is what liberal America has done to baseball.
I'm straight.
True. That is literally what's going on. It's really fucked up. Anyway, apparently Weeby, our Ben Shapiro correspondent, before we get into the debt ceiling stuff, Weeby, our Ben Shapiro correspondent, is telling me that Benny Boy came out of the gate swinging and is upset at other conservatives. Why? Because they're not upset enough at woke pride corporations.
Well, corporate America continues to push forward this nonsense, despite the fact that Target is taking it directly on the chin. And part of that is, again, because conservatives refuse, many of them, out of some bizarre sense of civility, to call this stuff out. So I'm not sure how you don't call this stuff out, frankly. I mean, Disneyland. Okay, there's a clip that is now emerging from Disneyland. There's a it's honestly, it's sort of painful to talk about the fall of Disneyland. So I grew up with my family going to Disneyland. Like as a kid, we went to Disneyland a lot. Right? We lived in Southern California, and it was sort of like the place to go. Like the best day of the year was your parents would take you out of school for no reason and take you to Disneyland. It was amazing. And then when we had kids of our own, we actually had annual passes at Disneyland when we lived in Los Angeles. And so at least twice a month, we'd end up taking a Sunday and going with our very little kids to Disneyland. And then when we moved to Florida, we went to Disney World. And now, over the course of the last 3 years, Disney World, Disneyland, they've decided that it's very important to woke themselves. At the behest of...
Like, absolutely nothing has changed. It was gay as fuck back then, and it's still gay as fuck now, okay? It's so stupid. Of course, this Disney adult. Like, Ben Shapiro, of course Ben Shapiro is a fucking Disney adult. He was like a violinist when he was growing up. Come on, man. He wanted to be in Hollywood. He grew up in California, Los Angeles, folks. Okay? The notion that, like, Disneyland has somehow changed their fucking values and is, like, now gay is so dumb. It was gay as fuck when you went there, and it's still the same level of gay, okay? You didn't have an issue with it back then because you didn't have a fucking alternative where you were, like, trying to sell your own fucking stupid-ass product as a counter to Disney. Like, oh man, the fall of Disney is one to behold. It makes me so sad to even think about. I need someone to hold me. Like, you're an adult talking about Disney, man. They didn't change anything. That is a grift, by the way. That's not a sincere take, for the record, from Ben. Just so you guys understand. There's a difference. Not that it really matters.
People like Bob Iger, who is just one of the world's most ridiculously perverse political figures. So this clip has now emerged from Disneyland. There's something at Disneyland called Bibbidi Bobbidi Boutique. Bibbidi Bobbidi Boutique is made for small girls. That's what it's for. Okay, so for small girls to go get made up to look like princesses. We did this for she's now 9-year-old daughter. We did this for my daughter when she was maybe 4 years old. She loved it. It was amazing. When we bought her a dress and they do her hair up like a princess. And it's...
Bro, you're a whole ass adult talking about Bibbidi Bobbidi, dude. What the fuck are you doing? Oh my God, bro. Being mad about the Bibbidi Bobbidi shit is so... Like, you are the least serious motherfucker on the planet, dude. It is crazy to me that anyone takes conservative seriously when they're literally angry about the Bibbidi Bobbidi Boutique. What the fuck is that? I don't even know what that is.
Beautiful. Okay, well now, because Disneyland, which used to be a place that actually had a brand, so that brand involved in basically enmeshing you in a fantasy world in which all the people were, if you walk down Main Street in Disneyland, the idea is, well, you were in Main Street 1920s America. Right? Same music, cobblestones, like that. That's what it looked like. And when you went into Fantasyland, the idea was it was all princes and princesses. And yes, with gender-specific garb, because anything less would be ridiculous. Well, now they've decided that the personal sexual preferences of their employees take precedence over the brand itself, which, by the way, is brand death. It's ridiculous.
Ironic that a Jewish man is like, 1920s America was so fire. Like, not for you. What are we talking about?
Name another business. I mean, I guess now it's a lot of businesses, but name another business 20 years ago where people were like, your personal value of individuality is now going to overcome the corporate brand. In fact, this was a joke in Office Space, right? The joke in Office Space was that your personalization extended to like the flair that you could work, meaning like small pins that you could wear on your uniform if you were at a restaurant. That was like the extent of the individuality. Now, your individuality has extended to the point where at Disneyland, you can be a man with a mustache wearing a dress in front of small children. So this is tape from Bibbidi Bobbidi Boutique 2023. Again, these are...
Folks, it pains me to show this to you. I'm afraid the Bibbidi Bobbidi Boutique has gone woke. Okay? I'm sorry. It is with great sadness that I deliver to you the woke downfall of the Bibbidi Bobbidi Boutique.
This is for small girls. That's what it's for.
So my name Nick. I'm one of Fairy Godmother's apprentices. I'm here to shop you around and make all your selections for the day.
Nick is a fairy godmother. Nick is a total dude, like wearing a mustache. Like wearing a mustache and guiding small children in there. I'm a fairy god because that's what you want to explain to your 4-year-old.
I like that in Ben's world, you're not explaining the 4-year-olds the concept of fairies. But like when one of the fairies is like kind of mask presenting and it was maybe like non-binary, like I don't fucking know. That's the craziness there. It's like, dog, that's a fairy. Did you explain that to your 4-year-old? Like, that's where we stop? That's like, how fucking stupid are you, dude? That's Disneyland, man. That's Disney World. Like, every part of it is just like fake. It's made up. What are you upset about?
Child is why this individual is wearing a dress and talking to small children about why he's a fairy godmother. That's what you pay hundreds of dollars to go to Disneyland for, presumably. And then Disney wonders why they are losing market share. Maybe it's that. Well, conservatives should call this stuff out because it's bad. But
yeah. Ben Shapiro be like, the conservative movement's silence on the Bibbidi Bobbidi Boutique saga is deafening. Yeah. No, you're right, man. It's really fucked up that like, it's really fucked up at the Bibbidi Bobbidi Boutique. They got fairies that are like, gender fluid or like non-binary. I don't know. I don't fucking know, but they're just like non-gender conforming. Okay. Which is really fucked up. They're fairies. It's fake.
Conservatives seem more concerned with, I will say, maintaining a perception of civility than they are in fighting the fight. So I don't mean to single anybody else out in particular here, but there are a couple of examples of this over the weekend. So Phillip Klein, who's an editor over at National Review, I enjoy a lot of Phillip's work. I think that a lot of the stuff he says is really intelligent. This is not one of them. So the account End Wokeness on Twitter tweeted out pictures from Kohl's. Kohl's, in honor of the holy month of Pride, has put out LGBTQ Pride gear for small babies, like onesies for small babies with the Pride Progress flag on them. And Phillip tweeted out, I don't have a problem with this. If somebody wants to dress their baby in a Pride onesie, why should it matter? We're not talking about transitioning minors here. It's just a shirt.
Oh my God. A conservative had a normal take? Wow. He's right. Wow, a sane take? Ben's like, I'm offended. You need to be insane. Did you forget what business you're in?
Well, it isn't. It is an attempt to indoctrinate in a philosophy of sexual fluidity a small child. That's what it is. It's amazing to me that, like, educating small children, we all take a fair bit of time and thought to figure out how we wish to educate our children.
Dog, does he think that, I don't know. Bro, no fucking child is going to remember what kind of fucking binky they had. Or what kind of fucking onesie they had. And also, there's gay parents. Like, why can't they fucking put some pride shit on their kid? If they want to. I don't get it. Like, why are you so bent, out of shape, over the shit?
To pretend that it is a matter of absolute moral apathy whether a small child, like a baby, is wearing a trans flag, and that has nothing to do with the future trajectory of the child. It will be just a giant shock if that kid experiences sexual confusion as the kid gets older. It'll come out of nowhere. No, I'm not. It is not a matter of moral apathy, morality that is taught to the children of this country. That is not a matter of moral apathy to me. I think it is an active evil to teach small children that boys can be girls and girls can be boys. That is not a matter.
It's an active evil to say gay and trans people exist. Yeah.
Matter of apathy. And the gear that you wear is, of course, associated with that. Everybody recognizes this. Whatever gear you wear. If your child is wearing a piece of religious iconography, you can presume that the parents are going to teach a religious philosophy to that child. If a child showed up at school wearing a Taliban flag. You can assume something about the parents and what that kid is going to be indoctrinated into. And if the kid shows...
Yeah, they're going to have a based-ass kid, dude. That's metal as fuck. Yeah. That happens all the time, by the way. Parents are always dressing up their children with the Taliban flag. Like, what are you saying, dude? I do think it's funny that, like, he compares religious iconography to the Taliban flag, which is a fundamentalist group of individuals that are running a nation. And their way of existence is infinitely closer to what Ben wants for America. So I guess that's what he means by that. Are the Taliban selling merch now? Like, what's going on? Is that a thing? I kind of want to buy some if that's the case. I'd buy Taliban merch. I don't give a fuck.
Up at school wearing a trans flag, or it's a baby wearing a trans flag, you can figure out exactly what the parents are going to indoctrinate into that child. Corporate America taking advantage of that with the certain knowledge that Republicans are going to be apathetic. That's how they've been able to win for so many years. Well, now Republicans are pushing back, and it's fascinating to see who is deeply uncomfortable with all of this.
Win what?
So, David French, who, again, I'm
What are they winning? What are they winning? Like, what is corporate America winning? What's the victory? They're just, like, making sales. What are they winning? What's the victory here? Like, what's happening? They're winning the hearts and minds of babies, brother. You don't understand. They're winning. They're winning something. I don't know what it is, but they're winning. I'm sorry, but like, if you're fucking mad about a goddamn t-shirt and that's what your commentary revolves around, you're an unserious person, okay? You're a deeply unserious person. People used to love dunking on fucking hysterical college freshmen that would get mad at shit like this from the left. Ben Shapiro himself has probably cut infinite amounts of fucking videos about, like, look at how fucking hysterical these people are. Look at how fucking silly these woke SJWs are. Look at the cancel culture. Bro, this is significantly worse than that, okay? It is significantly funnier than that because you're a whole ass adult. Like, you're wearing a suit while you're complaining about the bibbity bobbity shop or whatever the fuck it's called at Disney, dog. That's insane to me. You're like a very unserious, sick pervert. It's ridiculous. You cannot exist in society, man. You just can't.
Friends with David, I don't understand why his beat now. You know, he used to be at National Review. He used to be a lot more conservative, I think, in the way that he viewed the world. His beat over at the New York Times is to say all the things to liberals about how much they hate conservatives, but as an apostate conservative, as the person who's too moral for the conservative movement. That's the only way I can interpret a piece titled, "Will DeSantis Destroy Conservatism as We Know It?" Now, this is absurdity. It's just absurdity. And it's of a piece with pretty much everything that David is now writing for the New York Times these days. The last few pieces are things like, the right is all wrong about masculinity. Shrieking on Twitter is not a masculine virtue. Or,
wait. He's right. He's literally correct. He's so mad because this dude read him to fucking filth, okay? I say this all the time. You think you're some fucking big masculine alpha dog? You're posting on Twitter. It's the gayest soy thing you can do. Shut the fuck up, okay? You're just as gay as the rest of us, motherfucker. You're not doing some masculine alpha dog shit because you're fucking shrieking about a fucking baby's binky. That's crazy, man. Yo, you know what's alpha dog shit, dude? Back in the day, men used to fucking die in wars. Nowadays, the conservative movement is literally not even doing fucking, can't even do a hate crime right. They're just literally like crying about babies' t-shirts and binkies and shit, dude, on Twitter. Wow, so masculine, dude. So mask.
a guilty ex-president E. Jean Carroll wins her suit against Donald Trump for sexual abuse and defamation, or Tucker Carlson's dark and malign influence over the Christian right, or Disney versus DeSantis. How strong is the company's lawsuit? So, in other words, David's beat at the New York Times is to tell liberals everything they like to hear, but guised in the language of conservatism and from the most pure possible perspective of what.
No, what that dude is doing is like actually fucking sane. He's looking at the modern conservative movement and saying, hey man, maybe focus your culture war shit on like something else, because this stuff makes us look fucking weird and toxic to the average fucking voter. That's what he's saying.
What conservatism could possibly be. And so the idea now is that he suggested that Trump was a particular danger to conservatism. So dangerous that not only did he not back him in 2016, he also wouldn't back him in 2020. Okay, so again, the conservative movement was being damaged by Trump. Now he's moved that to include Ron DeSantis, the only rival to Trump, who's within spitting distance of him in a primary. And the reason that he's upset with Ron DeSantis, presumably.
It's so funny because Ben Shapiro said the exact same thing. And it's kind of the reason why he's like trying to back Ron DeSantis as best as he can right now. You're mad? You're mad that some dude wrote the exact same thing you've said so many fucking times about how Donald Trump is destroying the conservative movement until you literally were like, okay, never mind, he's the president, so or he's the Republican candidate, so we have to fucking push for him. And not only that, but also you have talked about, in some respects, you were one of the only sane voices about the fucking the red wave that was supposed to come in the fucking midterms that never came, where you openly admitted that like some of the culture war stuff was maybe a little too much, that we were looking a little too toxic to like the average person. Which, by the way, Ron DeSantis is like that too. He's like, he does civility, but his legislative agenda is ironically identical to those fucking psychos that you farm on a regular basis. I'm going to talk about Davenport, Iowa in a little bit. Don't worry. From Davenport, Iowa, owns fire supply business in the area. Wanted to give you an update. The union operator's contract ends tomorrow at 5 p.m., so the demolition of the building will be halted, allowing time for people and pets to be found. Such a sad case of management taking money and not doing upkeep. Guy bought the building just 3 years ago. Sorry. I know it's off topic. Just saw your retweet. Yeah, we're going to talk about Davenport, Iowa in a second. It's a fucking crazy story.
Is because Ron DeSantis is taking up arms against corporations that are getting special benefits from the state of Florida. He says, DeSantis, his primary victory would signal the transformation of conservatism since 2016 wasn't a mere interruption of Republican ideology, one in which Republicans would return to fusionism once Trump leaves the scene, but rather the harbinger of more permanent change. DeSantis is ambitious, but his political commitments have an underlying consistency that extends beyond that ambition. He fights the left. When you understand that distinction between the two men, between Trump and DeSantis, you understand the course of the race so far and its likely shape going forward. Who DeSantis attacks is ultimately less important than how he does it. DeSantis punishes Disney for merely speaking in opposition to a Florida law that restricted instruction on sexual orientation and gender identity in Florida public school classrooms. DeSantis attempts to regulate social media moderation. He attempts to restrict speech about race and racial equality in public universities and private corporations. He's even banned private employers from imposing a COVID vax mandate. Now, you can disagree with DeSantis on all of these things and still recognize that the forces DeSantis is fighting are quite nefarious, and that in order to truly understand what DeSantis is doing on the corporate front, you have to understand the dirty combination of Democratic Party politics and corporate America cramming down politics on Americans via the market mechanism, which is, in fact, what is happening. And when DeSantis goes after Disney and removes their special tax benefits, that, in fact, is not a betrayal of conservatism. The special tax benefits shouldn't be given to corporations anyway. It is
I hate that the only time there's any kind of, like, corporate regulatory mechanism from the government is, like, at the behest of, like, Republicans because they're doing reactionary culture war shit. But ironic that he's like upset about this, you know, being the free market libertarian he's supposed to be. But also doubly ironic because, like I said, Republicans have fucking cultivated an environment that is straight up hostile to any sort of corporate regulation. Okay? Eating, reading chat, listening to news, checking his dog. Bro, you were the definition of ADHD. That's why I'm such a fucking great streamer. It works very well with my personality flaws, okay? Anyway, my point is this. Republicans have basically farmed and groomed their base of support into absolutely despising corporate regulation. So if you're like actually going to engage in some level of corporate regulation, the capitalist media is going to fucking rip your asshole, okay? Capitalist media is going to rip your asshole. The Republican base is going to say, okay, you're going a little too far. And most importantly, even like people within the party infrastructure are going to start getting mad. That's why when you ask nationally prominent Republicans, even people like Rick Scott, who is a straight up fucking demon, okay? Florida's very own lizard person. Even he's like, not the best thing that Ron DeSantis is doing. I hope we can get to the table and arrive at a conclusion. So, you know, Ben, in a weird way, is so invested in his own like revenue streams where he's providing anti-woke alternatives to whatever the fuck mega corporations are selling, that he's kind of shutting down, like he's kind of actually hurting the chances of like the Republican Party, which already is in a really self-defeating place because of all the gains that they've made as they foolishly acted out some of the desires of their more radical, more insane fans and got punished politically for it.
Insider cronyism. But he says that, again, you have to oppose both Trump and DeSantis. Now, again, this sort of idea that your purism is going to somehow win victories on behalf of a conservative worldview is absolutely beyond me. Target should take it on the nose. Kohl's should take it on the nose. Disney should take it on the nose. And this notion that only the purest, only the most pure people can ever represent us on every particular aspect in order for us to achieve utopia, good luck with that, because it isn't going to happen and you're going to lose every battle. Or maybe you don't mind losing every battle. Maybe you would rather have Joe Biden continue to be president and wreck the country along all of these lines. If you're talking about who's more restrictive of free speech, Joe Biden versus...
I'm willing to bet that dude's article basically revolves around get back to the fucking basics and like focus on things that matter, like cutting taxes, which is also not correct, right? It's not correct. If I put my fucking, RNC hat on, because sometimes I put on the DNC hat and I talk about what the Democrats should do politically and from a policy front. If I were to put on the RNC hat, I would immediately recognize that the Republican Party is currently fucked. Why are they fucked? Because on the one hand, you have the base, like, that is very mobile and, attends every fucking primary. And then you have the general election, the broader group of voters that are going to go out and vote for the presidents and they're going to vote down ballot. And unfortunately, the primary base and their interests are very different than a national Republican Party. Okay? The base is straight up Al-Qaeda because they went too fucking hard and they kept dangling the carrot in front of them and they actually gave them the carrot. Okay? Whether it be Roe v. Wade or all of these state legislatures that are like doing some insane stuff with trans people all around the country. All of this like anti-woke stuff, if it just stayed as like woke is bad and we're anti-woke, it would have been fine. But when you actually move on, when you move beyond like what woke actually means and you define it and you start attacking it and you start like burning books and you start fucking literally passing legislation that is like making it illegal to be gay in public, making it illegal to be trans in public. And then there's also like, a bunch of terrorism that's happening on that same, with the same exact attitude. All of a sudden, a lot of the normies who would vote for you are going to go, I want tax cuts, but like, what the fuck is this crazy shit? This is a major problem within the Republican Party because, as I've said time and time again, the Democrats run away from their base, but the Republicans run towards their base. And they ran a little too far towards their base. And considering that what a lot of their base wants is bloody murder, okay, people inevitably recognize that, like, a lot of this stuff is awful. Like the abortion ban being a great example.
Ron DeSantis, that is not a particularly close call. Joe Biden is actively attempting to use the federal government to implement into law anti-discrimination law that basically cracks down on every religious institution in the country. So there's that. But the Republicans are going to have to get wise to all of this. I think most Republicans are wise to it, and that's why you're finally starting to see some backlash against corporate America. Meanwhile, quick update on corporate spokesperson Dylan Mulvaney, who single-handedly taken down the Bud Light brand. So here's Dylan Mulvaney cosplaying as a woman while just apparently being a straight dude.
So I recently told my parents that I may be a little bit romantically interested in women. And that was a big shock for them considering the past 10 years of coming out as gay, then queer, then non-binary, then trans. And I think it was just a bit of a shock. So I tell my dad and he goes, well, I would love to see you get a woman pregnant. And I said, oh, no. She would be getting me pregnant. And then he said, what, do you have a vagina now? And I said, never say never. And then I tell my mom, and she goes, I would just love to see you own property one day. And in California, that's sort of, you know, a parent's dream. It's not having kids or getting married. It's are you able to own a house?
Bro, these people are the biggest Dylan Mulvaney fans, dude. I don't want to know anything about Dylan Mulvaney. I do not care about Dylan Mulvaney. I wish her well. I want her to live her fucking life. And all the people that, like, you know, are like, oh, Slay Queen, you're great, whatever. That's awesome. It's just not for me. Here's what a normal person does when they see a TikTok like this. They go, great, I'm happy for her. Not for me. Move on, okay? But Ben is literally like, he's got like interns going, what has Dylan Mulvaney done today? Send him to me right now. I need to make sure that I know every single thing Dylan Mulvaney is doing. Why are you so hyper fixated on one random trans influencer, man? The fuck is wrong with you? You got the noties on. You have the notifications on. You're a hate watcher. Someone in the chat said this video is like 5 months old. She literally has a different face now. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. That's even worse. Like, bro, these guys are literally doing the same shit my hate watchers do. You know where they have like little folders of like HasanAbi out of context clips that they will like recycle anytime they want to fucking drum up some drama. That's what Ben is doing to fucking Dylan Mulvaney. It's insane, bro. You're fucking obsessed. Get a job, dude. Get a fucking job. How are you this horny, Ben? Jesus fucking Christ. I didn't think Ben was a chaser, but god damn, dude.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Wow. That is the ideal, is to have a fake vagina and pretend that this can get you pregnant in some way by a woman. This person does not understand basic biology.
Oh, every part of like the commentary space now, this includes like leftist commentary as well, is literally looking at people attempting to joke or actually pulling off a joke and then being incredibly uncharitable and like super fucking A-coded about like other people joking. Okay? Like when Dylan Mulvaney says like, oh, I'm going to be the one who's impregnated. Like, that's a fucking joke, dog. You think she doesn't know that she can't get pregnant? Like, what's wrong with you? Fuck! Makes me so mad. I hate it. It's not even like Ben. It's everybody fucking does this shit. People do it to me all the fucking time. Why is this literally, why is this like 90% of commentary now? Is just like, well, my interlocutor is incapable of being humorous, so I'm just going to take any fucking joke that they made and act like it's actually completely serious. It's just like, who cares, man? Who cares? It's so mathematically uncharitable. It's so deliberately done. And everybody does it, and I fucking hate it. I'm sure I've done it from time to time because I'm like, I do have the you know, a touch of it. And sometimes I get into this like hyperfixation mode and I don't recognize that someone is joking. Okay? But it's like, it's so fucking annoying. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, wow. Like, yeah, dude, this person literally thinks that she's going to get a fucking, you know, Beyond Meat pussy and then fucking pop a baby out of it. Like, that's what she thinks. What the fuck is wrong with you, okay? That's not how that works. Everybody fucking understands that that's not how that works. She's joking.
So clearly, he's a woman. I'm so what? And then I love that this ends with Dylan Mulvaney being like, my parents' dream for me is to own property. Yeah, I'm sure that was, when you were growing up, I'm sure that was your parents' dream. Your parents' dream was probably...
Beyond Meat pussy is the only time that Dave Chappelle has ever actually said something that's like remotely funny about trans people and trans existence, but it was also like sandwiched in between some of the most stupid, uncharitable, idiotic non-jokes about trans people that like, it just sucks.
For you to be this, but with like a small house in the San Fernando Valley. Alrighty, in just 1 second, we're going to get to corporate America's insane take on crime, Lululemon. This.
Okay. It's just like Ben getting mad at random trans people. That's like their political commentary now. All right, let's get to the debt ceiling.
Now to Washington, D.C. in the fight over raising the...
There's some really funny shit happening with the debt ceiling.
Federal debt ceiling, aka preventing a government default. It's going to enter a critical new phase today with the return of Congress. The White House and the Republican leaders spent the holiday weekend working out the details of a deal, but now they've got to try to sell that deal to reluctant lawmakers in their own parties. The agreement will get its first significant test in the House this afternoon, and Nicole Killian is on Capitol Hill for us. Nicole, let's just say not everybody is cheering. Good morning.
Why?
Hey, good morning to you, Tony. This deal is going to need bipartisan backing to get through. House Republican leaders insist they have strong support, but not all of their members say they're going to vote for it, and some Democrats aren't on board either.
Oh
Today,
my God, that's that Matt Gaetz music.
Day recess short to return to Washington after President Biden and Speaker Kevin
I
McCarthy
hope
reached an agreement.
I hope the fucking Freedom Caucus freaks that he gave so much power to fuck this up. I really do. Oh man, that'd be so sick. If all those Freedom Caucus losers, the revenge of the Never Kevers, dude. Oh my God. The Never Kevers return.
Agreement on a plan to raise the nation's debt limit.
I never say I'm confident what the Congress is going to do, but I feel very good about it.
So it's not 100% what everybody wants, but when you look, the country is going to be stronger.
The proposed legislation, dubbed the Fiscal Responsibility Act, would raise the debt ceiling through early 2025, enabling the U.S.
Yeah, the country's going to be stronger when we make 51-year-olds go back to work to get fucking SNAP benefits, dude. You know, I'm always thinking to myself, who has been suckling on the teat of American government for far too long? It's those who are on SNAP benefits between the ages of 51 to 54. I love that. That's what I'm thinking of. I'm like, fuck those guys. Just specifically people that are receiving SNAP benefits between the ages of 51 and 54. Oh, it's awesome.
To keep borrowing money to pay its bills. In exchange, federal spending would be limited, including funding cuts to unused COVID relief and the IRS, and stricter work requirements for those on food assistance programs like SNAP.
Compromise means sacrifice for the most marginalized and the most vulnerable. We are not seeing our ultra rich, our corporations make any sacrifices at all.
But it's not just some progressive.
Why is it those specific ages? Because legislation is very boring. It comes across like very flashy and crazy, and we do cover like, you know, the dumb stuff all the time for that reason. Like, but legislation is very boring ultimately. That's why. That's why it's the specific ages. Because currently, as it stands, if you are a recipient of food stamps and like food assistance, up to the age of 50, as long as you're 50 and above, you don't have additional work requirements. That's like federally mandated or state mandated. I think some states can interfere with that, but usually you can, if you're 50 years old and you're not working and you're so poor that you need like food assistance, you got it. Okay? You got it from the government. And half the time when they want to cut spending, that's how they do it. And the irony here is that it doesn't literally cut spending for people within the ages of 50 to 55. Okay? It actually only creates or gives an allowance for states to create work requirements, which of course some states will do. And the goal even then is to basically, it's not necessarily to push people off the food stamps and get them back to work. It's just to make it more difficult to access the food stamps for people between the ages of 50 to 55. The reason why it's specific is because they're just increasing the age cap. This is how you do it. This is how you legislate. Wouldn't they already be working? Retirement isn't for another 10 years at that point. I feel like I'm missing context. I mean, there might be some people. There might be some people who are not working but are on assistance. Like, that makes sense. Gotta love funding. Gotta love cutting funding to your tax collection agency to reduce the budget deficit. Yeah, exactly. It's fucking bullshit. But anyway, the debt ceiling bill is just top line numbers. They have to be put into action by the 12 annual spending bills. If those bills aren't passed by Jan 1, the automatic cap snaps at 99% of fiscal year 2023 levels. The auto continuing resolution, auto CR, would be much harsher on the military budget than non-defense. It would be a $37 billion cut to the military, in fact, relative to getting the spending bills through. Plus $20 billion of the IRS funding given up to cover non-military spending is not in the text, but expected through a handshake deal in appropriations. If you don't pass the appropriations bill, you preserve that funding for the tax agency. Ooh, that's fun. In other words, the agreement bulks up military spending and robs the IRS of its ability to find tax cheats. If the future bills enacting the agreement fail, it does the opposite, which wouldn't be that bad. If you're out of work due to disability, SNAP benefits can be a lifesaver in many states. No, it doesn't even, I don't even think it takes you out for, no. This is not for disability anyway. This is specifically for people who are recipients of SNAP that aren't working. I think disability is a separate thing. They didn't even cut that. They didn't cut Medicare. They didn't cut Medicaid. They only cut SNAP between. Yeah, you have to be able-bodied for your as a work requirement. Here, don't take my word on it though. Where's Kevin McCarthy? He had a really funny moment today, where. Okay, here it is. Here's Kevin McCarthy's interpretation of this fucking deal that he negotiated, which is completely not the deal that he negotiated, by the way. Look at this.
Around for things we bought that we can return, like COVID money, money to China and others. We're bringing that back. We might have a child that has no job, no dependents, but sitting on a couch. We're going to encourage that person to get a job and have to go to work, which gives them worth and value. We're going to look at other things, too, to make the economy stronger. Around for
Motherfucker. What do you mean a child with no job? You fucking idiot. He was trying to say, I think, if I'm going to be charitable, I think he was trying to say if you do not have a child and you do not have a job, you're going to get back to work. It's funny because even then, like, it comes across like he's talking about a 51-year-old child. This bill, unironically, is the anti-uncle bill, okay? This is for all the uncles out there who do not have a job, who are, kind of living with you and are not interested in going back to work. This bill fucks them up. And those uncles always vote Republican. So he's literally they're targeting their own base of support here.
No dependents, but sitting on a couch. We're going to encourage that person to get a job and have to go to work, which gives them worth and value.
You're going to hurt all of the uncles, man. This is straight up an attack on my future self, and I hate it here. Yeah. Do divorced dads count? They do too. 51-year-old divorced dads and uncles, dude. They're getting fucked in this bill. It's bullshit. Oh, I forgot. Milkbone has gone woke too. Fuck, I can't believe I forgot about that. Anyway, let's continue.
Democrats who are balking at the deal, so are many conservative Republicans.
That there's people across the political spectrum that are opposed to this.
Several hardliners are threatening to scuttle the bill, which faces its first test this afternoon.
No, none of the fucking conversations actually touch like younger people in food assistance or even like child tax credits or anything like that. Nothing changed. The only thing that changed is adding work requirements for food stamps for SNAP between the ages of 51 to 55. So if you're a 51-year-old HasanAbi head and you don't have a job, well, then you're not going to be able to avoid the ads at the top of the hour, okay? Unless you have $5 or unless you have an Amazon Prime account that you can connect to your Twitch account and get one free Prime subscription a month that you can use here. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky, if you're a 51-year-old HasanAbi head, but that's the situation at hand. Shut up, Axel. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs, allowing 5 of the 51-year-old HasanAbi heads to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. A small taco. And the DND Andy, they give the 5 get the subs.
Afternoon when it comes up for a vote in the GOP-dominated Rules Committee. Texas's Chip Roy sits on the panel and is a firm no.
So I'm going to be making that loud and clear to my Republican colleagues that this is not a deal that we should be taking.
If the bill clears the Rules Committee, the full House would vote on the debt deal Wednesday. The White House has called more than 60 House Democrats and continues to work the phones to try to get them on board. Nate?
Nicole, thank you.
Yes, there's a lot of people here, the VIPs. You got generals, you have colonels, you have small business owners, all concerned about the country. This is one of the most patriotic places in the nation, and a lot of them are here today, and they're big-time viewers. And it's going to be special talking to them shortly, including an Eagle Scout. But right now, I want to bring in one of the busiest guys in America, who's got a lot on the line this week, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. Mr. Speaker, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you. Thanks for having me all the way down even in Florida.
Right. I know how hard you guys worked on this deal, but it's going to be a nail-biter, it seems, going down to the wire.
Brian, kill me. Back at it again, dude. They're having so much fun, dude. All of these patriotic Americans talk about the debt ceiling.
How concerned are you about the bill that you cobbled together getting out of committee?
Well, look, it's a different Congress. It's a new day. It's not that you have to pass a bill to find out what's in it. You got 72 hours. This isn't a 1,000-page bill. This is 99 pages. And this is different than we've ever had before. We're actually going to spend less money this year than we spent last year. And your viewers have heard me give this analogy before. A debt limit is like the family having a credit card, but you've been charging it up every year and just keep lifting the limit. This year's different. We now say we're going to spend less. Now, unfortunately, I wasn't able to look at all what we spend our money on because the mandatory spending, Social Security, Medicare.
It's actually not like that at all. Also, even if that was the case, that is the most boring way. No Republican gives a shit about fiscal responsibility. They all bought jet skis, you fucking idiot. The notion that like, oh man, we really have to like be fiscally responsible is just like a credit card debt is so fucking stupid. Nobody cares. Even the dumbest Republicans, I'm not talking about like old school tort reform Andys from like the 90s or whatever, but like even the dumbest Republicans, like, you know, they have an understanding. Like they don't give a shit if the government is like spending money because they understand that like they're supposed to be spending it on them. Yeah, that's not how the debt limit works. It's as if you arbitrarily decided to not pay your credit card after already spending. Exactly.
That's all off to the side. So I can only look at about 15% of what we spend our money on. So what we did is, in elements like non-defense, that's going to go below 2022 levels. So that's a very positive. But the other thing we did, we put ourselves on a spending plan. We cap how much.
It's exactly like credit card debt. If you own the credit card company and never had to repay it, well, not really. It's more like credit card debt if you're like a billionaire or if you know, can just like keep printing money. You have a money printing machine. Okay. Literally. Okay. You have credit card debt and you decided not to pay it, even though you have unlimited funds, pretty much. That's what it's like. And you're like, no, I'm not going to pay it. Fuck it. YOLO.
How much we can spend for the next 6 years with government. But we also did.
So yeah, it's like not like credit card debt at all, but you know.
Something different. In this family, we may have a child that able-bodied, not married, no kids, but he's sitting on the couch collecting welfare. We're going to put work requirements on that individual, so he's going to have work requirements. He's going to get a job, and it's going to make the life easier. But we're also going to look at places we've been spending our money that we've wasted that we're going to return, right? Like all that COVID money that we didn't spend, we're going to bring it back. But one of my favorites here is $400 million.
Why does he keep saying child? Wait, I don't get it. I thought he was like on accident saying someone without a child. This family analogy falls apart when you realize the only people that got fucking work requirements are between the ages of 51 and 54. It's like, get back to work, Grandpa.
Million for CDC, the global fund, where we'd use that hardworking taxpayer money over to China. We're not going to do that. We're going to send that back. And then we did a number of other things here, right? One of the things that's very interesting we did, that the president has been spending money wildly. If he wants to put a new regulation in, we took an executive order of President Trump's, and now we're putting it into law and making it a little tougher, where if he wants to put a new regulation in, he has to cut government if it costs more than $100 million.
It's like you have to be a Walmart greeter. Oh, are you 54 years old and you're on fucking Snap? You have to be a Walmart greeter or we'll fucking kill you. That's basically it. That's like what they're saying. If you don't fucking go out and become a Walmart greeter, we're going to fucking kill you. We're going to kill you by starving you, you fucking idiot, you fucking bitch. Okay? The children yearn for the mines and the adults yearn for the Walmart greeter positions, okay?
And then we looked at things about cutting the red tape, that we get so frustrated that we can't build the roads. It takes 7 years. We now reform NEPA, the environmental review. Instead of waiting 7 years, now the studies are only 1 to 2 years. This hasn't been done in 40 years. And then we did something interesting to make government or make Congress consequences for their lack of action. They have 12 appropriation bills that they have to pass every year, and they never do, and they come back with that omnibus. Now we say, if you don't do your job, it's a 1% cut across the board. So encourage members of Congress, not now with the new Congress, you actually show up. Now you're going to have to work. This is going to be the biggest cut by the Congressional Budget Office says in history of where we're going forward. To do all that, we allowed the debt ceiling to go forward for the next 18 months, and we'll readdress it, hopefully with a Republican president and a Republican Senate, to even make it stronger.
All right, Mr. Speaker.
There's 0% chance the Congressional Budget Office scored the cuts to the IRS. What the fuck are they talking about? A real CBO score on a fucking $20 billion cut to the IRS when it was slated to get $80 billion is straight up multiple billions of dollars of fucking revenue that will go uncollected. There is no deficit. You're not, every $1 spent in the IRS brings in $6 in revenue. David Dayen talked about that when he was on the broadcast. It's fucking bananas, okay? Two years of spending caps, additional work requirements for food stamps, and cuts to IRS funding are among the components of the deal. Yeah. Let's see if the New York Times openly says it. Claws back IRS funding. Democrats included $80 billion to help the IRS hire thousands more employees and update its antiquated technology in the last year's IRA. The debt limit agreement would immediately rescind $1.38 billion from the IRS and ultimately repurpose another $20 billion for the $80 billion it received through the Inflation Reduction Act. Administration officials said on Sunday that they agreed to reprogram the $10 billion extra IRS money in each of the 2024 and 2025 fiscal years in order to maintain funding some of the non-defense discretionary programs. The clawback will eat into the tax collection agency's efforts to crack down on rich tax cheats. It is also a political win for Republicans who have been outraged by the prospect of a beefed-up IRS. Still, because of the leeway that the IRS has over how and when it spends the money, the clawback might not affect the agency's plans in the next few years. Officials said in the background call with reporters that they expected no disruptions whatsoever from the loss of that money in the short term. Why is it that they're not fucking... Dude, if you're the New York Times, how do you not add in any part of the story that any cuts to the IRS budget is actually going to lead to less money filling the government coffers? How do you not add that in there? Okay? How? I mean, that's not like, this is not me editorializing a story. This is literally additional information that would inform the viewers. Okay? This is supposed to be a deficit bill. This is supposed to be a bill that is reducing the deficit. Cutting the IRS in a deficit reduction bill is antithetical. It's so weird. Why the fuck would they not bring this up? Well, I know why. They don't bring it up because of the fucking New York Times. And their job is not to inform you or educate you. Their job is to just, defend the bottom line of corporations and the wealthy, as always. Their biases are, ultimately apolitical, but their biases lie on the side of corporations and wealthy mega donors.
We want to play you these two sound bites. These are two in the GOP that are saying they're voting no, and we'll get your reaction on the other side. Here's Chip Roy and
Bro says he knows why after reading the chats. Yeah. I learned that the New York Times was in support of the wealthy corporations and the donors because chatters wrote it. Yeah. Thank you, chatters, for giving me the talking points.
Ralph Norman.
There's going to be a block of us that are a no. And I hope that more Republicans will join with us and stand up. I would like to say that we should kill this. We should move forward. We should pass a short-term debt ceiling change. Let's not lift the debt. $4 trillion. Again, I want to repeat that for America. $4 trillion. We are going to have an uncapped, debt ceiling that will equal $4 trillion that expires in a lame duck on January 1st, 2025. And for that, we do not get substantive policy reforms on any of the green tax subsidies, the corporate cronyism.
I think we need to call our bluff. And there is a time that you walk away from negotiations, and this is one of them. They're not serious. Biden dithered for over 100 days. And no deal is better than a bad deal. And this is a bad deal for America, and it should not move forward.
Mr. Speaker, they're both on the Rules Committee. You need their votes to move forward, and you're going to need Democrats.
Well, we're going to sit down. We're going to talk today, have people come in. It's the first time they're back to be able to walk through the bill. I mean, read the Wall Street Journal. They say it's a very good bill. You look time and again. What's interesting, compare it to other debt ceilings. When we had the presidency, the Senate, and the House, they just raised the debt ceiling with no cuts. It was just a clean debt ceiling. We only have the House. The president said he wouldn't even negotiate with us, but we were able to get in there. This is the biggest cut in American history that we vote for. And I'm not sure where in here. There's no new taxes. There's no new government programs. Would I wanted to cut more? Yes, but I was only able to work at less than 15% of the budget. So I'm not quite sure what else they wanted to go.
Don't you default tomorrow and it's not for sure? No, it's been extended. Janet Yellen shook the couches, and some coins fell out, and they realized that the X date was on the 5th. I'm not even kidding. That's literally what happened. They were like hitting the fucking couch pillows, going, "Oh shit."
72% of this is off to the other side. We were able to plus up defense and the veterans, but that non-defense without veterans is actually lower than what we spend in 2022. I think we got to look at where the victories are. We don't spend another $4 trillion. We allow them to keep going forward until January, but you got those extraordinary measures. I think if we got
How can we donate to help the deficit? It's called paying your taxes, chatter. What the fuck? That's awesome, dude. My man says he's paying. Hold on 1 second.
Got a new president in there and a Senate majority, we're going to finally be able to tackle this. I would like to look at everything and put us on a better path. This is just the first step.
Right, because at this point, you guys Republicans only control one half of one branch of government. So for you to get what you got was great for the most part because, you know, the Republicans did much better in this than the Democrats did, obviously. And to your point, Joe Biden never wanted to negotiate, but you forced his hand. However, because there are going to be, a bunch of Republicans on the big vote are going to vote no. You're going to need a bunch of Democrats to say, you know what? I can't believe I'm doing this. I'm going to vote with Kevin McCarthy.
Well, normally when you when you come to an agreement with two different parties, you have people on both parties vote for it. But the difficulty that's different than any time before is the Democrats will tell you there's nothing in the bill for them. Nothing. The president numerous times, he kept asking for tax increases, new government programs, and I just said no. And he says, well, there's nothing in it for us to vote for. I said, well, this debt ceiling increase we can go forward on. I'm not sure people want to go past that deadline and interest rates go up and others. Right. I think this is a good first step, but we can go much further. And I have a plan for that coming forward where we can look at the entire budget and tackle our problems, especially in a bipartisan way. This is reasonable, this is sensible, but it's also a responsible thing to do.
It's going to be a nail biter. That said, Fox has learned that Fox expects between 240 and 270 votes for yes. And the New York Post writes, it doesn't starve the beast, but rolls back and limits. It's a decent deal. Meanwhile, there's something else you got to do, and that's juggle multiple issues. Mr. Speaker, the chairman, Comer, has asked you to call FBI Director Christopher Wray and get him to turn over documents linking Joe Biden to an alleged $5 million scheme thanks to a whistleblower who stepped forward and told his story in what I think is a 302, which is this story is all written down. They want to get the documentation. Christopher Wray has given the old Heisman. You tried to get him to do something. There's going to be a conversation today. What could you tell us about Christopher Wray cooperating at some point with which something he has to constitutionally do with Comer?
Look, Comer subpoenaed the document that he's requested. We have jurisdiction over the FBI, which they seem to act like we do not. I personally called Director Wray and told him he needs to send that document. Today is the deadline. So let me not just tell you, let me tell Director Christopher Wray right here, right now. If he misses the deadline today, I am prepared to move contempt charges in Congress against him. We have jurisdiction over this. He can send us that document. We have the right to look at that, Republicans and Democrats alike in that committee. And if he does not follow through with the law, we will move contempt charges against Christopher Wray and the FBI.
You know what he says,
they are
Mr.
not
Speaker,
above the law.
Mr. Speaker, but what does he say to you when you told him to do this? He came back and said, if the reports are correct, well, this is a speculative document. It's unverified, so I'm not comfortable handing it over. What do you say when he says that?
We had a conversation, and I'm part of Gang of Eight. I see sensitive documents all the time. I told him he could redact certain parts of that, names and others, so we wouldn't know methods, but we have a right to see it. He does not have the right to choose what he can and cannot show us. We oversee the FBI, and if he thinks differently, he will soon see a contempt charge in Congress against the director. There is enough problems in the FBI, and I am not going to sit back and allow him to ignore this. We will get this document. He has not denied that the document's not there. He knows that there's a document, and we have a responsibility to see it.
Let's talk about the 2024 race. We had Asa Hutchinson on our show earlier. He says he's going to New Hampshire and Iowa. We know that Ron DeSantis is kicking off his campaign today, going to Iowa, and he's going to, what is it? How many cities in three days? 12 cities in three days.
States.
And then Sean Hannity's going to have a sit down with President Trump in a town hall on Thursday for his show. So what do you think of the race so far?
Well, I think a lot of people are getting in with a lot of different ideas, but the one thing I do know America loves is they love those Trump policies that made America stronger, and we yearn for that back in this House and back in this country. So I think having debates is healthy, but at the end of the day, we know foremost that what Biden has done to us, getting us out of Afghanistan, collapsing that, harming us around the world, 13 new Gold Star families, brought us inflation by Democrats in charge, opened a border where we can't control. Fentanyl's now killing more Americans than any time in history. We need a new president with a new direction. So you can have the debates, but at the end of the day, we need one person that's going to help lead us to the change.
All right. Speaker McCarthy, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank
it's going to
you.
be a very busy week for you, so thanks for starting your week with Fox and Friends.
Thank you. It's a good place to start.
Thank you very much. I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
Now to the drone attacks in Moscow overnight. The explosions raining down just 3 miles from President Putin's country residence. Tom Suki-Burge has the very latest from Ukraine. Good morning to you, Tom.
Hey, Lindsay. Yeah, we are right near the border with Russia. The Kremlin escalating its missile and drone attacks on Ukraine. And this morning, a dramatic twist. An upmarket district of Moscow under attack from a swarm of explosive drones. Explosions not far from President Putin's country residence. This morning, the Russian capital under attack from a swarm of lethal drones. Explosions just 3 miles from President Putin's country residence. In video circulating online. Here, one of those explosive drones clearly visible. Russian officials saying most were shot down, but buildings damaged, 2 people lightly injured. A Ukrainian official suggesting it's now not just Ukraine that can get attacked by drones. And overnight, the Ukrainian capital was hit by explosive Russian drones for the 3rd night running. 1 person killed when this apartment was hit. We can hear intense artillery fire not far from here. And these guys are waiting for the command to move. Our team meeting this Ukrainian tank platoon readying for a major offensive. Most of the tanks in the Ukrainian military are made up of these T-72 Soviet-era models. The Ukrainians now have an unknown number of British-made and German-made advanced tanks, but those tanks are being hidden from...
I apologize for not being here for the past fucking 30 minutes because I had to deal with the turf guys. They blurred the Nazi symbol. That's not surprising. You should watch Stephen Lin watch the whole video. Whoop. Yeah, not TERFs like trans exclusionary radical feminists. I'm talking about TERFs. Like TERF. Well, let's get back to fucking Kevin McCarthy for a second, though. Because people want to blow this up. Okay?
Look, we are focused. I'll let each member speak for themselves. But for me, I am focused on defeating this bill. What happens post that and the agreements that we have, we will decide once we've determined the disposition of this bill and its finality. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Perry. Jackson.
Here's a wait, hold up. Here's Gaetz, my king, the leader of the Never Kevers. If majority Republicans are against a piece of legislation and use Democrats to pass it, that would immediately be a black letter violation of the deal we have with McCarthy, and it would likely trigger an immediate motion to vacate.
What will the Freedom Caucus do if the people who are objecting to this bill get overridden? If the Republicans get overridden by a Republican speaker teaming up with Democrats to pass this bill?
Again, I think the operative question there is whether or not the speaker can get to a majority of the majority. If a majority of Republicans are against a piece of legislation and you use Democrats to pass it, that would immediately be a black letter violation of the deal we had with McCarthy to allow his ascent to the speakership, and it would likely trigger an immediate motion to vacate. I think Speaker McCarthy knows that. That's why he's working hard to make sure that he gets, 120, 150, 160 votes, and that's why those of us who are not supportive of the bill are trying to point out that many of the changes are cosmetic in nature, and Joe Biden's administration is going to be able to waive certain requirements and certain conditions that sound like great talking points, but that don't save the country from the ruin that the Biden administration is bringing.
I don't want to hear from you unless you fucking blow this shit up, bitch. Okay? If someone says FaZe a FIBA file. Oh, Jesus Christ. Actually, it's a FIBA file. We got some more good news, but before that, here is an Onion. Here's an Onion broadcast from 2009.
With the national debt climbing to an estimated $11 trillion, the White House announced an emergency economic plan today, trading the national gold reserves for cash through precious metal buyers, cashforgold.com. Treasury Secretary Timothy Geithner devised the measure after viewing this television commercial for the Cash for Gold program last week.
I got $583 from cashforgold.com. All I did was look through my drawer full of jewelry I never wear.
At a press conference this morning, Treasury spokesman Ronald Schuler outlined what he called a fast solution to the nation's money woes.
As you know, we have these very large debts, and the fact is the gold reserves are just sitting there. Why not turn them into cash? This woman turned in her wedding ring from her first marriage and got money the next day. If it worked for her, it can work for the United States.
Joining us now is Deputy Treasury Secretary Edward Cunell. Good to see you, Mr. Cunell.
Hi, Andrea. How are you?
First, how much does the federal government expect to receive in exchange for all the gold?
Well, our estimate is $200 billion. However, the Cash for Gold website features a lot of testimonials from people whose gold was worth much more than they thought, so there's a possibility that we will get much more.
Now, lawmakers on both sides of the aisle expressed concerns about the plan
well,
today.
We do understand their reluctance, but the fact is they want to keep the gold for sentimental reasons or because they think it's pretty. But that's a luxury we just can't afford right now.
Okay, what about Republican Minority Leader John Boehner's statement that the Treasury Department should have looked into competing cash companies like DollarsForGold.com and GoldMine.com?
Yeah, I know. I've heard all of that. The reality is that we have over $1 trillion in economic stimulus packages to pay for. We just need that cash now. We can't wait.
Okay, I see,
look,
but don't you
I
think...
agree, and the president agrees, that this seems like a pretty good deal.
But is there a contingency plan if that proves not to be the case?
Well, yes, of course there is. We can get the gold back with the Cash for Gold 12-day guarantee.
But
the only part about this that's fake is that you would never have a media person be this contentious. Yeah, this is fake, by the way. It's Onion News for those of you who don't know. But the only every other part of the stupidity of the Onion is like built off of very real shit. It's just that like. The anchor would be like, why is it acceptable to keep starving the working poor more? Please tell us now. Hi, Hasan. I want to know as a fan, how do you respond when people say you're a fearmonger? I'm very curious, and if Appreciate a Con responds, just curious. Is this what the new tactics are from people that the Just Curious Andes have decided? I'm a fan. How do you respond to people when they say you're a fearmonger? No, I'm just curious. Okay, well, let me explain to you, Just Curious friend. Let me hopefully give you an answer on this. I don't know what to tell people that say I'm a fearmonger because there are very real things that people should be fearful of. Does that imply that I'm like exaggerating why you should be afraid? I don't think so. I'm not a fearmonger. I just simply tell it as it is. I'm telling you what is going on in the world. If you think that is fearful, you think that that's scary, then yeah, the reality is scary. You know what I mean? I could just sit here and try to sugarcoat it, but I don't do that. And for that reason, maybe you think it's like, I appreciate that. I was just curious how you would respond to that question. Well, that's how I respond to that question. Jesus Christ, this dude is so curious.
What about
They're
the other?
certified by the Jewelers Vigilance Committee. It says so right on the website.
Okay, I understand the cash received from the.
If anything, you're too comfortable with DeSantis. He's a threat to leftists. Yeah, I mean, I'm comfortable with him because, like, he's a fucking goober. And he's going up against the Trump machine. And, like, the primary is not going to welcome him at all. If you want to know what a true fearmonger is, it's one that greatly exaggerates the impact of certain things, maybe even lies, right? Like, the person who would be a fearmonger in this regard is like most right-wing commentators that, for example, look at a fucking t-shirt, okay, that is being sold at Target and says, they're transing your children. They want to cut your child's genitals off by force. Okay? That's fear-mongering.
CashForGold.com plan is going to be supplemented by funding from the selling of White House furniture on Craigslist.
I love how you have people on both sides of this. Some say you're a fear-monger, and then there are people like Train who say I'm selling false hope like a fucking preacher. Yeah. Well, the reality is I'm doing neither. I'm just giving you my assessment over a situation and try to maintain a factually correct assessment, and then telling you what could be done, and oftentimes telling you why it's unlikely. So, I don't know. In a major win for LGBT equality, a Japanese court has ruled that not allowing same-sex marriage is unconstitutional. It's going woke, folks. It's going woke. We need to stop it. The South Korean airliner passenger thing that we watched that on the Fear End podcast. It's a local court and it's happened before. It won't be legalized. Yeah, I think it's like legal in certain places, right? Nagoya District Court became the second to rule against Japan's same-sex marriage ban, despite Prime Minister Fumio Kishida claiming the ban wasn't discriminatory to the LGBT plus community. Japan is the only G7 nation that doesn't recognize same-sex marriage. The ruling, welcomed by activists and supporters outside the court, follows Japan's main opposition, the Constitutional Democratic Party, submitting a bill calling for same-sex marriage to be legalized. Lead lawyers on the case, Yoko Mizushima, spoke to journalists and supporters following the ruling, saying, "This has rescued us from the hurt of last year's ruling that said there was nothing wrong with the ban and hurt caused by what the government keeps saying." Mizushima's comment referred to a case in Osaka last June that ruled a ban on same-sex marriage was not out of line with the Constitution. Currently, same-sex couples are only able to engage in civil unions, and even then, only in certain areas, such as Tokyo, with Japan's constitution stating that marriage is between a man and a woman. Because of your overreaction to my question, conjured by a comment made by Ludwig, I got people harassing me. Thank you. What? Who's harassing you? Tell to the mods and they'll ban them. Okay? Stop. We have an update on the LCS strike, by the way, and also what the fucking what Riot is trying to do during the LCS strike. We'll talk about that in a second, though. I got harassed for being a Celtics fan. Can I get those who DM me banned? Fuck no. Okay. If you're a Celtics fan, you know, your harassment already came in the form of, what happened last night. You already got your you already ate it, dude. That's fucked up. I'm sorry. Listen. How do you respond to those anti-identity politics leftists who oppose social issues like LGBTQ rights and whatnot? What is this anti-identity politics shit? Like, it's so fucking stupid. There is no anti-identity politics. That's still identity politics. You're just doing identity politics for the in-group, okay? Those people are not leftists. They're unserious, and I can't believe I'm fucking being baited into responding to Pearl Man King, okay? So stupid. How do you respond to my grandma, what my grandma thinks about you? I already respond to her with my penis every night, and she loves it. So that's my response to your grandma. Okay. Japan's going woke, folks. All right, we're done with the fucking debt ceiling. Fuck Kevin McCarthy. I'm with the never kevers, okay? Oh, as far as Russia goes, Ukraine is doing, or Ukraine associates, or maybe some patriots that are not associated with Ukraine are doing acts of terror on Russian soil. And of course that was going to happen. You're a fucking idiot if you thought that was not going to happen. What the fuck are you doing? Okay? You can say Nazis. It doesn't matter who's doing the fucking attacks. It is the most understandable retaliation and the most expected retaliation that was going to happen. You know they were Nazis, right? I don't give a shit. Yeah, like what do you expect? What did you think what was going to happen? You invade a fucking country that is your neighbor. What do you think is going to happen? You think that inevitably wasn't going to come back to your doorstep? Hello? I do this about America all the time. I talk about America literally nonstop doing this precise thing to itself. Okay? It's called fucking blowback. And it's not just an American concept. It's a concept that plagues all countries that, invade other nations. Okay? Like, what do you think? I'm fucking in support of, like, ISIS when they do it? No. Obviously, it's not like ISIS is better than the fucking Nazis that are doing it in Russia. The fuck? Like, what do you mean? Russia didn't do anything America didn't? Yeah, exactly. And that's bad. What do you mean? This is precisely what I'm saying. Whenever I compare America to Russia, that's not to, like, defend Russia. And that's certainly not to defend America. That is actually to shit on Russia's actions. And a lot of people are literally, your take on this is just country victim shaming? Okay. I don't know if you guys know this, but like one of my, one of the comments that has stuck with me throughout my entire fucking career as a political commentator is what I said about 9/11. Okay? This is an inevitable and totally foreseeable consequence of invading a country. Okay? This does not mean it's good, but don't be ridiculous. Putin thanking God that Soviet architecture doesn't have skyscrapers. Russia levels cities in Ukraine. Leftists. Ukrainians send exploding drone to Russia. Leftists. What the fuck? Why would Ukraine do this? I mean, yeah. Like, what do you expect? Like, this motherfucker's been bombing the shit out of like literally Western positions, non-fucking stop. You know what I mean? Russia literally killed gas station workers in Kyiv doing exactly the same thing. Yeah, like what's happening? You're acting like these are random rebels. They're Nazis that have been training alongside Azov since 2014. Wait a minute. What? Okay. What about the fucking literal, like, Muslim version, the Muslim fundamentalist version of that? It's the same shit, you fucking idiot. What do you mean? Who do you think trained those guys originally? Who do you think trained and financed and facilitated the guys that did 9/11, dude? Who? I was watching Charlie Wilson's War last night, and it's so funny. God, Philip Seymour Hoffman is such a good actor. Rest in peace. Holy fuck. There's a line in it when Tom Hanks and the CIA guy is like, I mean, the movie is whatever, but the actors are so good. But there's a really funny line in it where they're talking to the Israeli dude, and he's going, "Oh man, like you mean to tell me I'm gonna give arms to the fucking people in Pakistan? You want me to give arms to the Muslims? Like these are the Muslims that are trying to kill me and my family?" And the fucking and Philip Seymour Hoffman's character goes, "No, not all of them. We trained some of those killers too." And he's right. Yeah, that an Aaron Sorkin special. Yeah, whatever. It's fine. It's all right. It's watchable. It's frustrating at parts, but it's certainly watchable due to the amazing acting from Tom Hanks and also what do you call it? Philip Seymour Hoffman especially. God, he was so sick. Anyway, it's a Mike Nichols movie. It's a good fucking movie. What the fuck? Fuck Aaron Sorkin, but Mike Nichols is the GOAT. No, it's a good movie. I mean, there's parts of it that's like ridiculous propaganda, but there's also a lot of parts of it, especially on the domestic side, that's like really fucking cool and really interesting. And I think it's great. It's a good movie. I like it. You think Russia didn't do the drone attack on Moscow themselves? What? Oh my God. My parents banned me from watching it in Pakistan, so I don't know if it's propaganda or legit. Anyway. So, I told you this before, but like, it's straight up fucking stupid. Like, I mean, I wrote that one of the things that got lost in the sauce when I was, when I was talking about like, Russia invading Ukraine, everybody hyper focused on me saying like, oh, Putin is bad, not mad, right? And he definitely won't do something so psychotic. But the second part of that was also talking about how an invasion, especially under the pretense of like, killing Nazis, is always going to end up galvanizing Nazis, is always going to end up making the country that you have invaded significantly more reactionary. Okay? There's a tweet out there somewhere, and you can, you can fucking find it if you want. But it is so fucking ridiculous. It is so fucking ridiculous to expect Nazis or the Azov Battalion or a bunch of other new reactionary nationalist forces and militancy to come back and like basically fucking blow up Russian forward positions inside of Russian borders if you're invading their country. It is the most predictable thing on the fucking planet. Okay? Of course it was going to happen. It's so stupid. Vladimir Putin is stupid. Very, very stupid. Anyway. Amazing video about U.S.-led dictatorship in Peru. Chat will definitely like this. Age-restricted, 1 hour and 14 minutes. Made by a dude who fucking hates me. This has got it all, folks. Like, holy fuck. Yeah, let me go watch a video about a dude who constantly talks about how I'm fucking a reactionary fake socialist because I watch people's videos. That seems like a good idea. It's an hour long. Okay? It's age-restricted, which means there's like TOS violations galore in there. Let's do that. Thanks. I think I'm going to avoid that one. I don't even have an issue with fucking Bad Empanada, by the way. He's just sometimes a fucking, the cringiest, like, classic angry leftist who never shuts the fuck up and is just angry at the entire planet. He's just like, you're a propagandist, dumbass. Like, do it better, okay? Your job is to do propaganda. Do it better. I thought that Bad Empanada liked you. He used to. I think he doesn't like me because, I think he doesn't because like he hates he's like on board with like the React Gate shit. He's like, wow, Hasan just like reacts to videos and he's like stealing other people's labor. Yeah, he does not like me. He literally defends you in this video. Yes, he defends me on certain aspects. Because obviously, I am probably one of the largest content creators on the political sphere that, you know, speaks out routinely against U.S. imperialism. So, of course, he's not that fucking stupid to be like, yeah, this guy's actually fake. But he is definitely one of those guys who also simultaneously is like, I think one of those guys who's just like, oh, dude, the reaction shit is like, you're stealing labor. Oh, here. Oh my God, how shocking. Every time an imperialist or irredentist power decides to encroach upon a smaller nation with the most right-wing nationalists, the most right-wing nationalist elements are seen as emancipatory forces willing to do the violence necessary for liberation. A dangerous prospect for Ukraine stuck between the West and Russia. Also, it's laughable to think Russia has any valid liberating claims here. Bombing Western Ukrainian military positions to defend LPR and DPR is just USA-style bullshit propaganda. Almost as bad as claiming Ukraine started shelling more in Donbass when there's 200,000 troops at the border. I love you, man, and your content, but as a European person, it's obvious when looking at your takes. It's obvious looking at your takes you don't really understand European politics or geopolitics. Where is Otto Samuli now? I wonder what happened. Oh, wait, that's exactly what happened. I was literally fucking right. Oh, my God. Suck my dick. Every fucking Eurocuck that thinks that they, like, know this better because they have more proximity, like they're closer to the fucking fighting or something, who are also simultaneously thinking that Russia has the capabilities of fucking invading Poland or like a NATO nation, okay? No, you were entirely wrong, lol. I was entirely wrong. I was entirely wrong. There is not a single fucking piece of like Ukrainian coverage that currently does not feature a dude rocking like very obvious Nazi symbols. Okay, if anything, the invasion has pushed Ukraine closer to Western values. Yeah, it did. Western values like fucking hyper nationalism. Anyway. Also, the idea that, wait, what? This is so fucking, like, talk to Ukrainians, dude. Dude, what do you mean? Why was Ukraine not close to Western values? What do you mean by that? Like, their proximity was like, what? To Russia made them orc-like, but now they're actually in support of Western values? Like, what do you mean? What is that? You think there weren't, like, fucking gay Ukrainians that wanted civil liberties before Russia invaded? Of course they did. What are you talking about? I hate this. It's a post-Soviet country. Oh my God. Yeah. Your take was off, to be fair. Check my logs. No. When a country gets fucking invaded, they are going to become more violent. More violent elements are going to seize power. Okay? Hasan doesn't talk to Ukrainians because they all just tell him he's wrong. What? Bro, the 3 fucking Ukrainian YouTubers that you watch are not actually the entirety of the situation, okay? Like, what do you talk? I'm not even saying anything that they would fucking disagree with here. What does this take? I hate talking about this shit so fucking much, okay? I hate talking about it so much because it's the most Reddit war of all time, okay? And you are soy and you're fucking Reddit. I hate it so much because everyone is just like, they just want to jerk off the fucking like Russian orc explodes compilations on fucking Reddit. And that's all you give a shit about. You just don't care about the fucking humans on the ground, but it makes you feel like you do because you watch like a Ukrainian YouTuber who tells you like, no, it's actually good to masturbate to the Russian orcs are exploding compilations on Reddit. And then you go, oh man, now I don't feel conflicted about the situation. You're arguing with Wumbo Cumbo, brother. I mean, I know I'm on Twitch. So are you. Of course I'm going to argue with fucking idiots all the goddamn time. Holy fuck. The only thing I want to hear from Ukrainians is how they avoid the top of the hour ad breaks. Okay? Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. Okay? Right. That's what I want to hear. By living in Ukraine, yeah, I think, I don't think I'm serving as the Ukraine. Preston for the win. Thank you for the 5. Get the subs, allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Democracy Now! Had a Ukrainian socialist on, and he was talking about how reactionary both Russia and Ukraine have gotten since the invasion. Of course they have. When a country invades another country, they become more reactionary. Look at the United States of America post 9/11, okay, and the actions that we took to justify the Iraq War, to justify invading Afghanistan. Look at the attitude that people had, and look at the situation in Afghanistan or in Iraq as a consequence of said reaction or said invasion. Untrue. That's Hasan's take, so a Ukrainian cannot have the same take. And also, there's always going to be differences in agreement, okay? Like, the notion that, like, there's some Ukrainians out there who will not agree with what I'm saying, that, like, Russia has unjustifiably invaded Ukraine and created an environment that is going to inevitably lead to more nationalistic sentiment within Ukraine as people literally look to hyper reactionary elements who are willing to do the fucking violence as liberators. If they don't agree with that, then they don't agree with it. That doesn't make me wrong. Ukraine is not a fucking monolith, okay? Jesus Christ. Especially because I'm not even saying something that like is ridiculous. I'm not saying that like Russia is good for invading. I'm literally shitting on Russia here. Okay? Anyway, I will say I do not think Ukraine will end up as Afghanistan too. Its geographic nearness to the EU and EU's desire for its resources will mean they're going to put work into keeping it stable. I mean, it won't be Afghanistan too. Its impact on Russia will be similar to Afghanistan. But also, it will.
So this is a video.
Still will not be great. Okay, it's going to be shit regardless. It's going to be like the Balkans. Anyway. Also, I forgot to run the fucking ad break. Bread Buai, thank you for the 5 get the subs, allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Basically, what I'm saying is that Ukraine was essentially a satellite state of Russia since the Soviet Union fell. Many Ukrainians were fine with this, but now there's greater pressure for them to conform to Western influence because they understand the West is to be their way to emancipation. I'm not saying this is good. It's just analysis. What? Oh, yeah. I mean, if you're talking about like Eastern positions where they actually had people that were pro-Russia who are no longer pro-Russia, then yes, you are correct. Because why the fuck would they be pro-Russia? Even areas that were actually quite sympathetic to the Russian plight or the Russian cause, if you want to call it that, were like, oh, fuck, we're getting bombed. Fuck this shit. Yeah, I mean, that part is obvious, yes. But that doesn't actually, you said I was wrong. And this is not wrong at all. And this has nothing to do. This is, if anything, this is also part of the exact same thing that you're talking about. This whole thing is so fake. Just wait until 2024 when 4 million Ukrainian citizens vote for Biden, and you'll know what all those billions were actually paying for. Yeah, true, real. Anyway, I don't know why this like triggers the fuck out of people. Like, probably because I don't just immediately go, "Oh my God!" It's like God's gift to Earth. Like all the Russian orcs deserve genocide or some shit. I don't fucking know. Did you cover the libs cooking over the Tara Reid situation? Okay, listen, I don't want to talk about that situation. Okay, yet another situation where like I am in support of neither side. I love when chatters are like, "Oh, streamer, what you're still failing to understand over 18 months in this war, the dumb boss or dumb boss." It's worse than that because instead of copying and pasting a fucking Wikipedia page, they're literally copying and pasting something that they read on Reddit, okay? Because listen, whether you are, it doesn't matter which side you support, okay? It doesn't matter at all. This is the most Reddit war of all time, and you are super fucking Reddit, okay? And you're incredibly Reddit. You cannot control your Reddit ass urges, and you have to. And what do people on Reddit love? Debates, okay? All right.
Really, at the end of the day, miscommunication of how that was my idea for the content and the announcement, but they wanted to go a different route, which is fine. Like, I shouldn't have rule over how someone wants to choose their announcement. And so that's what the tweet was basically premising on, but it was more so me being sad that I just couldn't be a part of another female recruit, right? Because I missed the female Valorant one. I actually had no idea that one was happening. They just kind of did it. And so I had to like kind of accept the fact, well, the ship is already sailed. Hi, baby. And I couldn't like, you know, I can be upset, but it was already done. That's why I was more upset during the Grace announcement because I was like, damn, I just wanted to be a part of it. And it was just really at the end of the day miscommunication.
What is this? This is FaZe Kalei. Okay. She's a part of FaZe, and this is her take on the FaZe clan announcement of Grace, who is who's an actor, and she announced that she was joining FaZe, and then a lot of people fucking freaked the fuck out on the FaZe side. They were already freaking out, like the old founders of FaZe were already freaking out from the jump, and they're like looking for any avenue to like shit on FaZe. But they basically use this and weaponize misogyny against Grace to you know, take some shots at FaZe again. Yeah, no, Kayleigh's awesome. She's great. I don't understand why they were freaking out. Is there a legitimate reason? No, they're I'm telling you, man. It's because they're looking for anything and everything they can criticize about the new FaZe, right? And it's ironic because like they've literally fucking hired people who are not anywhere near as like invested in the gaming space as like Grace is. Even if she's an actress and blah, 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 she still streams. She still fucking streams more than half of the OGs in FaZe, if not all of the OGs in FaZe. You know what I mean? It's so stupid. They fucking also hired people like Snoop Dogg. You know what I mean? They hired plenty of people that like have no fucking idea what trick shots are either. So they just basically were like, oh, yet another fucking stupid decision by FaZe. Like, they hired a woman. What the fuck? Yeah, she had a similar take to Ludwig. She has respect for the OGs for what they build, but she wants to uplift and support women in the space, and FaZe keeps leaving Kalei out of the process of introducing new female talent. Yeah. Anyway, I talked about this yesterday. Of course, I'm still fucking phased up. And I don't like that they're being like weird, sweaty losers about this situation. It's expected, but felled off OG's bad management and more women. It's all going down. Yeah, more women. That's what's fucking destroying the FaZe organization and its integrity. You know what I mean? Would you support Russia if they were phased up? I mean, I'd think about it. Phase Putin. Phase Vlad, dude. Okay. Here's some good news. Impeached Attorney General of Texas, Ken Paxton, giving a news interview to Stephen Bannon, talking about how he wouldn't have stopped the 2.5 million mail-in ballots during the presidential election, that Biden would have won Texas and Trump would have lost Texas.
It's certainly critical to my state, and that's why we fought off these 12 lawsuits. We had them in Houston, we had them in San Antonio, we had them in Austin, we had them in the counties where you'd have the most liberal judges. And it was a concerted effort nationally with lots of money going into it. And just knowing that we had 12 lawsuits that we had to win. And if we had lost one of them, like if we lost Harris County, Trump won by 620,000 votes in Texas. Harris County mail-in ballots that they wanted to send out were 2.5 million. Those were all illegal, and we were able to stop every one of them.
Bro, I fucking love how just gross and corrupt these grimy fucks are. He just straight up said, like, yeah, no, we stopped the votes. We stopped people who had voted from having their votes be cast. Apologize to Austin Show. No, he wasn't right. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Shut up. It's just wild that, like, my man got impeached and he's just, like, admitting to crimes now.
Had we not done that, we would have been in the very same situation. We would have been on election night. I was watching election night, and I knew when I saw what was happening in these other states that would have been Texas. We would have been in the same boat. We would have been.
It wasn't ballots. Sorry, it was voter disenfranchisement.
One of those battleground states that they were counting votes in Harris County for 3 days, and Donald Trump would have lost the election. It's.
The people saying, does this mean Beto would have won as well? Or can we add a charge of election tampering? Good to know. You're out of your fucking mind. What do you... Oh, no. Dude, no. Fuck! Oh. God damn it! Oh. Fuck. Bro, do you not also think a giant piss as soon as you wake up she's a baby? Oh my god, dude. She was licking and pawing at the door. This one's on you, my guy. No, she wasn't. Shut the fuck up. Parasocial motherfuckers, brother. Holy fuck.
Battleground states that they were.
She wasn't doing that at all. She was eating food, you fucking idiot. God damn it. Why are people parasocial for my dog, dude? How are you that way? She woke up, she ate some fucking food, and immediately walked over and took a fat piss. No warning bark, nothing whatsoever. Look, she walked over, circled one time, and just went, that's her pissing. You gotta let her out every once in a while. Oh, thanks, man. I had no idea. I can't believe you got me fucking VOD reviewing my own dog's habits as you, like, defend the dog when you're just wrong. So weird.
Which is a
My favorite r/streetwear poster has to be a HasanAbi head. Homemade Patriot shirt featuring ungodly male Midwestern limbs. Maybe. Is Kaya gonna turn out dumber than Fish? How are your dogs so dumb, lol? Wait, what? Fish was actually very fucking smart. And Kaya is smart as well. She's just too fucking stubborn. That's the problem. It's worth noting that the Ken Paxton video is a few years old. Yeah. Exactly. Well, there you go. Nothing will come of it. Because voter disenfranchisement, before Kaya rudely interrupted my my argument, voter disenfranchisement is what Republicans do. So they can openly talk about it. If you were to fucking prosecute one Republican for openly admitting that they do voter disenfranchisement, you have to fucking shut down the entire Republican Party. Dog chatters are worse than audio files now. I'll say it. All right. We're going to talk about Davenport, Iowa, and the building collapse that happened there. Because it's absolutely insane. So, a building collapsed in Davenport on 4th and Harrison in Davenport, Iowa. And then, in a normal situation, you'd have people go into the building and like evacuate people that were inside of the building. You would also evacuate, I don't know, pets, things of that nature. And yet, this is not a normal situation. We're in fucking Iowa. And of course, in Iowa, what happens in a situation like that? Well, they decided, fuck it, it's demolition time. We're not going to go inside. We're not going to fucking let anybody inside. We're just going to do a demolition. Like there's a murder in there and you're just fucking, refusing to cover it or something. Like it's a goddamn, it's a goddamn murder mystery with like a fucking shitty mayor who's like, yeah, well, the only way to like make sure that I can get away with it is by covering up the murder by demolishing the building. Okay? It's ridiculous to the people who might be dead inside. It's also ridiculous to not actually try to figure out what the fuck happened there. It's also ridiculous that there might be people in there right now still, alive. So the community is pleading now and has been protesting. Here's a video on it. Is this actually a video on it?
Protesters rallied around a partially collapsed apartment complex in Davenport, Iowa, as city officials prepared to demolish it. Residents say 2 people are still unaccounted for, Ryan Hitchcock and Brandon Colvin, but the city plans to move forward with the demolition anyway. Previously, city officials claimed there were no signs of life left in the building and prepared to send in demo crews until resident Lisa Brooks was seen waving from a 3rd-floor window.
National media is saying what a great job they did finding everybody, and it's not the truth. They said that there are no...
Dude, that's fucking insane, dude. America is so gross, dude. The way that this country treats black people is fucking psychotic. Poor people in general. Holy fuck.
They had to have their leg cut off for them to get them out of this building. Is that not an injury?
Residents are saying that what they're calling...
For the record, this is exactly what happens in like a fucking 3rd world country. Just pointing that out. I mean, you guys saw it. You guys saw what happened in Turkey, which is like a developing nation, right? Like, they're like, oh, fuck it, YOLO. It's even worse. It's worse than what Turkey did for earthquake relief efforts. Earthquake relief efforts is what happens after an earthquake. Turkey fucked up. The Turkish government fucked up before the earthquake. They fucked up on the relief efforts in the after the recovery as well. This is not even an earthquake.
A failed rescue calls attention to the city's apparent disinterest in ensuring the safety of its black residents as it prepares to potentially leave tenants in the rubble. Activists say that the lack of housing protections is what led to this disaster. As of 2023, Iowa ranked 4th worst in public housing inspections in the U.S. The apartment building, which
the mayor might be a business agent for the company that owns the building, by the way, and they didn't let any black people speak at the press conference, let alone in the room where it was held. Last week, the building passed inspection, and now it collapsed, and it suddenly changed to failed. Yeah. Tenants who lived in an Iowa building predicted it would collapse before it did, a source says. Right now, families of the tenants are outside begging police to search for their relatives before demolishing the building. And they were saying no, by the way. They were like, no, we're going to demolish it. They actually have passed it off for one extra day, for the record. So remember, this is the America that we live in. There was a TikTok of a woman who just moved out showing huge cracks in the wall. This photo was taken 2 days before the apartment building collapsed in Davenport. The building should have not been occupied. You can clearly see bricks falling and bowing out. The rest of the building will be demolished beginning Tuesday morning. How does that happen? How on earth did it pass inspection? How did it? How did it pass inspection, you think? It appears the mayor of one of the Quad Cities may be registered business agent for the company that owns this building, which would explain the hurry to tear it down. Dear City of Davenport, why the rush to tear down this building? There are pets still trapped inside. 1 cat lives in this apartment. Another has 3 cats looking out the window. Reports of people missing too. I like that the cats came first. Apparently, there's a Robert Gallagher Sr. and Jr., not sure which we are dealing with. Hopefully, local media does their job. The public deserves any and all answers on why the building collapsed. Could anything be done? Why the rush to tear it down? And who all is involved? In any event, there appears to be a connection here worth investigating. There are too many red flags to simply let this go at face value. This keeps getting worse. I sincerely hope that people of Quad Cities can hold their leaders accountable. After the press conference, the city changed last week's inspection from pass to fail. Proof they're still trying to hide things and destroy evidence. They also added a name to. They also added the name of who inspected the building. Local journalists are digging in now. All the ones I know are relentlessly tenacious in the pursuit of facts. Yeah, so, bro, what the fuck? There's still pets in the building? Yes, there were pets in the building, and there were people in the building. And they were trying to demolish it, and they were actively, obviously, stopping people from entering the building, because, I mean, that's a safety measure. That's understandable. And I mean, here.
First responders rescue another victim from a partially collapsed apartment building in Davenport more than 24 hours after it fell. Davenport police are still working with families to account for people who live there. 6 stories of the side of the building.
It was too unsafe to evacuate. Yeah, that's fucking bullshit, dog. What do you mean? You are watching a news video of them evacuating the building. What do you mean? There's like a live person in there. There's a live person in a fucking building that is slated to be demolished, and you just go, sorry, we just can't fucking evacuate you. You're going to die. Like, you can hear her go, hey, please help me. I'm alive. I'm in this building. And you go, nah, sorry. You just got to die? What are you, fucking crazy? That's wild. Rescuers face a no-win situation. Enter a building on the verge of collapse to find missing residents, or let the apartments get demolished. At any moment, the remains of a 6-story apartment building in Iowa could come crashing down. The only question is if someone else might be inside. Davenport city officials now face the grueling decision of whether you send rescuers into a partially collapsed building to look for those still accounted for, or demolish the rest of the building before anyone else gets hurt. It's been 2 days. Wait, what do you mean? You're not letting anybody into the building. The only people that would get hurt in that situation is just the people that are inside that you're going to kill. It's been 2 days since the part of Davenport building mysteriously imploded. While no deaths were reported, 8 people were rescued from the building within a day following the collapse. By Monday afternoon, the city said rescue efforts had turned into a recovery operation and the building was expected to be demolished Tuesday morning. But those demolition plans were scrapped after a 9th survivor was unexpectedly rescued from an apartment late Monday. Did the Davenport officials write this article? Are these people related to the Davenport officials? Why are they writing this article like they are literally the mayor? What is happening right now? No, it wasn't unexpected that there was a fucking 9th survivor. People literally were saying, there's survivors in the building. I'm not there, and I know about it because I've even fucking saw it on Twitter. They were not looking. They said, sorry, too late. The fire department pulled Lisa Brooks out of the apartment last night. That right there is an indicator that we need to go up there again, said the Davenport Fire Marshal Jim Morris. So the first responders in the situation are saying, we need to go up there again. CNN, on the other hand, is like, I don't know. Maybe we should murder them. What is going on? But each time rescue crews went into the structure, the building shifted at some point, Morris said, and a massive weight load on what's left of the roof, including air conditioning units and utility equipment, intensifies the risk of total collapse. It's not even about them being scared to go in. The DPD were holding people back from going in to find their own family. They wouldn't even let them sign the waiver to say they won't sue if they get injured. Yeah. It seems more like a rapid demolition to just basically destroy the evidence as quickly as possible, as swiftly as possible. We need to evaluate what we see between the structural engineer, our technical rescue teams, and formulate the best possible way to strategically go in there, the fire marshal said. 5 people are still unaccounted for, including 2 that we believe might be in the building, Mayor Mike Mattson said Tuesday. Missing man's family supports stopping the search. What? Protesters gathered Monday night after news of a planned demolition, saying some residents could still be trapped. CNN affiliate Quad City Times reported. Some sign held, who's in the rubble and find them first. Ryan Hitchcock is among those still unaccounted for. Bro, what the fuck is this article, dude? But Amy Anderson, a relative of Hitchcock, said the family has accepted the likelihood that their loved one is gone and supported the city's plans to carefully take down the rest of the building to prevent further harm. What? Okay, I'm losing my mind, dude. No, they went and they found what? They don't know Ryan. They don't know our family. Ryan wouldn't want anyone else to put their lives at risk. Bro, did the mayor write this article? What is happening? I was completely mortified about the protests and people raising a voice, Anderson said at a news conference Tuesday. Anderson became emotional as she spoke about Hitchcock in the past tense. I don't discount that he could be trapped under there miraculously. We've seen some miraculous things, and our God is good, she said. But we don't want to see any more families lose their lives or anybody else be injured in trying to remove that rubble and have anything fall. We would like to see the city, what their plan is, to take it out piece by piece. They have given us their word that they're going to treat that already collapsed area with sensitivity to the remains that are underneath and excavate them as soon as possible and recover them. That's really what we want. We do not want a full-on demolition or a full-on delay for that building to even collapse more and put more rubble on top of them, Anderson said. Right now, it's an absolute no-win situation, but the best plan of attack But this is the best plan of attack, and we don't want anyone else hurt. What? What is going on? That's a cousin that was handpicked. His mom is still trying to get in. Most likely the family trusts cops and were lied to by the cops would explain their reasoning. Bro, what is happening right now? What, like, they're like, yeah, my cousin is kind of shitty. Like, he's probably dead. He's better off. There's 0% chance that this is like the only family member that this person has. What the fuck? Morris, the fire marshal, broke down several times during Tuesday's news conference. We're very sympathetic to the possibility that there's 2 people, Morris said, before pausing for nearly 30 seconds, that there's 2 people still left inside. We are partnering with other entities as well as our department to remove any possible human remains with dignity. But as the fire marshal, I will not allow them to use explosives in a heavily populated downtown area. This would be a coordinated demolition. Already, the building remains in imminent danger of collapse, with the condition on site continuing to worsen. It is the opinion of the structural engineer that the debris pile currently contributing to the stability of the building and that removal could jeopardize or accelerate the inevitable collapse of the building. The collapse destroyed entire rooms of residents, cherished possessions, and left some with no place to live. Army veteran Fred Voorhis lost every piece of memorabilia from his 21-year military service, along with several essential medications. Voorhis was sleeping when the collapse happened. I opened up the door to my apartment and there was daylight. It was supposed to be a hallway, Voorhis told the affiliate. With his home ruined, he said he has no idea where he will live. There's no backup plan, he said. The mayor said the structurally precarious building is far too dangerous for residents to return to retrieve belongings. How an unexpected rescue unfolded. On Monday, Davenport officials said it appeared no more survivors would be found. That, of course, was not true. The people on the ground were saying that that was not the case. Why is CNN reporting on this like this? It's very weird. This is a very weird story. After extensive rescue operations, no confirmed viable signs of life were noted, the city said in a news release Monday night. After multiple rescue evolutions over the course of the 24 hours since the incident, crews were unable to find any victims in need of rescue. Then news broke out about another survivor. Brooks, the last survivor to be rescued, managed to call her daughters from the 4th floor of the building late Monday, the Quad City Times reported. Family members rushed to alert emergency crews to her location. Firefighters raised a bucket ladder to rescue Brooks, who waved out of a window. She was going to die. Like, that person was going to be in the fucking building that they just bring down. She was going to be murdered by the city. Understand this. Obviously, the fact that like a apartment complex that was housing any number of human beings just spontaneously combusting and personally demolishing itself is fucking ridiculous, especially if it had passed inspections. Okay? But then also on top of that, for the mayor to just be like, no, we got to demolish this ASAP. Like, don't fucking go inside, which is understandable that they don't want anybody to go inside. That's normal. Okay? But the idea that, like, you know, you just have to act like there's nothing we can do here and we just have to immediately fucking demolish this apartment is crazy. Hasan, the link I sent has another family member here. That CNN article we just read said it's okay if Ryan Hitchcock dies. Here's the mother of Ryan Hitchcock.
You know, or somebody probably told me, you know, that but I didn't know for a while.
So, as I understand it, his cell phone...
I don't know where his cell phone is or really anything because I never got to talk to him. As far as I know, he's under the rubble stuff. I want him to get him out. You You know? They said they pinged his phone.
What's the plan? Who pinged his phone? Do you know who pinged the phone?
How the fuck are you gonna let someone's mother speak for him? What do you mean? No. CNN went and interviewed the one fucking person who's like related to one of the people who is slated to be inside of the rubble right now and said, it's okay if this person is dead. We don't care. Okay? The mom, on the other hand, is saying that no, we don't know what the situation is. CNN wants to do just the facts news reporting, so obviously they should only talk to the cops and mayor. Yeah, obviously. And then the one person who's like loosely related to the person who's like possibly in the rubble saying it's okay if that person is not rescued. I just backdated Google Street View for as far back as visible, but there definitely was a massive foundational crack in it for the last decade until 2021 when the building's brick was resurfaced and the crack hidden from view. Nice. Just slap a fucking coat of paint on it, dude. Fucking nice.
Carriers. The carriers. Yeah. And it's supposedly over there.
Painting brick kills buildings. I hope he gets out alive so we can see what his cousin said. Yeah. The dying former industrial city I'm from has been doing that to buildings for years, but our model citizen Howard Buffett buys cars for cops instead of actually helping. Yeah, when you paint brick, reasons why you shouldn't paint your brick buildings. When you paint over a building that's made of brick, you're creating extra work for yourself down the line by having to repaint it and deal with flaking and blistering paint. Additionally, and more importantly, you're also impacting the breathability of the building by allowing paint to trap and retain moisture. Buildings are designed to breathe, allowing water that penetrates the structure to escape or evaporate. Once you paint brick, it becomes compromised. Bricks are strong to begin with, but once they're painted, you've lessened the quality of your structure and added an extra layer of unnecessary upkeep and maintenance. Painting over brick is essentially a death sentence for brick because you're stripping it of its natural ability to breathe and release any moisture that becomes trapped. It turns slowly but surely into literal fucking mud. Because of this, any moisture trapped inside the wall will begin to erode the brick, wearing it down over time. Brick, in its original state, is a porous element designed to absorb moisture while also being exceptionally good at releasing or drying out any moisture. This breathability is accomplished through cracks and small openings within the brick. Once the brick is painted, it loses its ability to release moisture and dry out because all those tiny cracks and openings have been painted over and sealed up. In colder climates, the level of deterioration is much higher due to trapped moisture that is under the painted brick. Recording of Davenport buildings a week before the collapse. Okay. Oh.
Winter apartment unit collapses 2 weeks after you moved out.
Jesus Christ. Can landlords special your way out of this one? Fun fact is I was having repeat nightmares of its collapsing. I also reported to my property manager because there was a crack through our kitchen wall and I broke my lease due to it being unsafe. It's Iowa. It's in Iowa. For those of you who are wondering, where the fuck is this happening? It's in fucking Iowa.
Came down on Sunday. Video from the scene showing the damage to apartments and crews on scene digging through the rubble. The building was set to be demolished today, but now, as ABC's Andrew Dimber reports, those plans may be on hold.
This morning, a 9th person found alive in the rubble after an apartment building partially collapsed in Davenport, Iowa, possibly delaying plans to demolish the building later today. New video shows rescuers pulling a woman to safety last night, more than 24 hours after a section of the building sheared away.
At this time, the building is structurally unsound.
It's believed 2 more people may still be in the building. A woman tells the Quad City Times her cousin is missing. The newspaper reports police pinged his phone to his apartment before it shut off. And another family at the scene says they believe their loved one is still inside. Yesterday, officials cleared the building for demolition, saying they believe the building was empty after crews spent hours searching.
Because of the concern for life by our first responders to get in the building knowing that that building was unsafe to help folks. Because of that, they saved lives.
But now plans to demolish the building today are reportedly under evaluation.
And y'all just standing there!
Meanwhile, protesters are gathering at the scene, angry over the city's plan to demolish the building just 2 days after the collapse, calling it a hasty decision. The cause of the collapse, meanwhile, is under investigation. City officials had ordered the owners to make fixes to the building after a string of complaints. Resident Linnea Hoover recently took this picture after she saw bricks falling during the repair work.
What were some of the problems that you were seeing?
Yeah, dude, they it's okay, guys. They're gonna investigate themselves and find no wrongdoing.
The big one is leakage, plumbing leakage, sewage leakage in the building. There would be giant holes in the hallway where water would leak through.
Andrew Dimber, ABC News, New York.
The building is owned by Davenport Hotel LLC, specifically Andrew Wold. I don't know if it's appropriate to share or not. Mutant Jar Baby. Yeah, I saw. They literally fucking rescued someone after they were
Watch again as a
Here, let's watch.
She's alive.
I told y'all she wasn't dead!
Watch again as a woman shoves her screen out the window, making her presence known to everyone.
There she is. She is alive!
The woman pokes her head out the window of her 4th floor apartment in a collapsed building after first responders had given up all hope of finding anyone still alive.
They need to get her out.
Her name is Lisa Brooks. She's 52.
And they found her.
There were rousing cheers as she was rescued by firefighters. Lisa says she had been hiding under her bed for more than 24 hours in a state of shock. Incredibly, the day before, officials stopped searching for...
The mayor is not a registered agent of Davenport Hotel LLC. That's my mistake.
...survivors in the building in Davenport, Iowa. And they were planning to demolish...
Look, I don't know what the fuck the mayor's connection is. A lot of people keep saying that the mayor is connected to the fucking owners or is friendly with the owners or whatever. I don't give a fuck. Okay? I don't give a fuck. The mayor... reacting in the way that he did is completely inappropriate regardless, okay? Like, the idea that, like, we have to immediately demolish this building, it's a fucking hazard when there's people inside of the building, is insane, okay? That is completely insane. Andrew Wold owns hundreds of properties, all under different LLCs, and man's a professional scumbag. Like, I don't give a fuck if the mayor built it himself, okay? Listen, this is a real estate developer that fucking owns it, okay? This is a real estate developer that owns it. It doesn't matter if the mayor is directly related or has ownership stake over the fucking company, the property management company that, like, manages it or whatever. It's a rich person. I'm sure that they're, like, you know, I'm sure that there's some level of involvement regardless. Okay? But the idea that, like, this building had passed safety inspections and then this happened, like, immediately after is absolutely on the people who are supposed to be the regulatory agencies in this situation. Okay?
Demolish it. Lisa's nephew Antoine Smith went on national TV with an anguished plea.
Tell me something, anything, like if you have found her and she's in a morgue somewhere, tell me something.
2 more residents are believed to be inside the building.
Sorry.
The fire marshal got choked up thinking about them during today's press conference.
We want to get everybody out, and we want to do it right now.
Outside the building, protesters gathered to block the demolition in the hopes of saving anyone inside. Tensions boiled over with demonstrators surrounding a cop and demanding answers. Today, the mayor lashed out.
You want to come at somebody? Here, I'm standing right in front of you. Here's the target.
But no one saw this coming, or this miracle.
She is alive!
Oh my God, I'm fucking muted. Stop sending me links about other shit right now, okay, please.
Which was constructed in 1906, despite showing early signs of collapse, was assessed not by a city department, but by a private engineering firm hired by the property owner. Activists are doing everything they can to get the city's attention and immediately stop the demolition of the building.
They see behind the desk. Absolutely. Tightly. Get out here and do their job.
Find them first. Find them first. Rescue Ryan Hitchcock. Rescue.
For the record, in times like this, yes, in a normal situation like this, you're supposed to evacuate every single person, okay? And then you're supposed to demolish the building. That part is understandable. Like, yes, this building needs to be demolished, because if it's not demolished, you have no control over how it will inevitably collapse. And when you don't have a control over how it inevitably collapses, it can collapse on top of people. Okay, so that part is normal. The demolition doesn't immediately imply hiding like a possible criminal element. But the idea that like they have to immediately demolish it, they're like, oh, we did all the rescue efforts, sorry. That part is fucking psychotic. Especially when people are like, no, we know that there's people still in there. You know what I mean? Even if they are found to be dead, they need to be accounted for before the demolition can go ahead. Yeah. That part absolutely feels very strange. It's understandable why they have like why they have like pushed the line back. They do not want someone to literally be right next to the building, because the building can collapse at any given moment. Okay? Like that part is also understandable. I don't know what the mayor's connection to the property is. Okay? Are you an expert in this topic? In the topic of what? Like government incompetence? Yes, I am. Dumbass said Assistant Chief Fire Marshal James Morris, the building does need to come down. It needs to come down in a controlled manner so we do not create any more damage or lives lost. Consulting engineer says the building is going to collapse on its own time due to historic methods that are no longer modern standard. Mayor says there will be an investigation of why this happened. Thanks to Community for His Sports, says it should go to Red Cross. The city reassessed plans to demo after finding Lisa Brooks. Fire Marshal Jim Morris says finding someone caused them to adjust that timeline. Owner Andrew Wold has not been charged with a crime in connection with the collapse as of this press conference. The building was under investigation by the city. There were 2 structural engineering reports issued in January and last week. The city was satisfied by the work Wold claimed they would do. The collapse happened before any repairs were made. Nice. Amy Anderson, family member to the missing Ryan Hitchcock, is here. Ask the community to let the city do its job. Yeah, that person is weird. I'd investigate that person to see what the fuck is going on with her, what kind of connections she has. She's like, no, just demolish the building, please. Like, who the fuck says that? No, my relative's in there, but demolish it, please. It's so sus. Anyway. Some of us hate our relatives. This whole fucking thing is weird. Yeah. The story isn't on the front page of CNN or anywhere else. Yeah. Well, CNN covered it, literally sided with the government on this one, like with the local government on this one. So, you know what I mean? They literally are, they covered it in the weirdest way possible. Like, they're making it seem like the rescue was unexpected. That was not the case. They knew that there were people still inside. That's not an unexpected rescue at all. Images of the partial collapse evoke memories of the 2021 condo building collapse in Surfside, Florida that killed 98 people. And just last month, a parking garage with property violations collapsed in New York City, killing 1 person and injuring at least 5. While parts of the Davenport building remain standing, the necessity to demolish the building stems specifically from our desire to maintain as much safety in the surrounding areas as possible. The cause of the Davenport collapse has not been determined. I wonder what it is. But the building's owner had current permits for repairs for the exterior wall. The owner has been served with a demolition order. The city has been in contact with the building owner. We're currently consulting with state agencies to figure out who is going to take the lead in this investigation, Davenport's fire marshal said Tuesday. But at this time, we have not gotten to the point where we have determined whether a criminal offense has occurred in order to initiate a criminal investigation. Regardless of what happens, there will be an investigation into how this happened. There must be. Yeah. In North Korea, if you live in an apartment building, the apartment building has cracks on it. They just paint over it. They don't actually fix it. They just paint over it. And then when they paint over it, it actually destroys the structure even further. And then when the apartment building inevitably falls apart, the government comes in and blows it up. They know that there's people inside. People inside are saying, hey, we're still inside. Their relatives are outside crying, begging. And then they just blow it up because they want to destroy the evidence of their own incompetence. Oh, wait, that's right. That's not in North Korea. That's in fucking Davenport, Iowa. And it's happening right now. Anyway. Yeah, this story is fucking insane. I would look further into the mayor's connection to the possible owners, whether they're big donors or not. You know, that's definitely something I would look into. Be good to know. And I would look into the safety inspectors who just who just kept looking at this property and possibly the refusal from the developers and the people who own the fucking apartment complex, and their refusal to actually listen to the people living inside of the apartment complex, constantly telling them there's fat fucking cracks. It's crazy. But yeah, dead people can't sue. So just remember that if you're wondering what the fuck's going on. Here's Greg Gutfeld attacking gamers on Fox News.
Which is a social media outlet popular with video gamers. You know what else is popular with video gamers? Not banging chicks. Discord, which is a social media outlet.
Fucking got him. He's right. I mean, he's right. He's so right. All right. Let's talk about the LCS walkout. This is Travis Gafford covering the story. I got to go pee real quick.
But the LCS players have officially voted to walk out. This happened last night. I know a lot of you have heard about it, but I have some interesting information about the behind the scenes of how this all came to be. And I'm not going to dive into like the thing that led up to them deciding to walk out. Mikhail has a great article. It's
I have to pee. I'll be back in a second.
You can check it out if you would like all those details. But we're going to start with basically the time from when they decided they were going to hold the vote up until the vote and just a little bit afterwards. Initially, a lot of people behind the scenes thought that this vote would just not pass. There was a ton of skepticism, including for myself, for many different reasons. One, the players in the past have not always taken the association super seriously. And while people have a misunderstanding of how effective the Players Association has been, at least in the past 2 years, I think generally speaking, there's just a degree of sense that these guys are lazy, that they don't care about it, that there's a lot of players from other regions that are not incentivized to care about a North American development system, and that overall this would be just something that, while some players might feel very passionately about, overall it would likely fail. That changed for me a little bit when we had Vulcan on Hotline League last week, and he talked a lot about how he was working to organize stuff and how he'd felt really good about the conversations he'd had with his colleagues on FlyQuest. And also around that time, I learned that Doublelift was on board with all of this, right? Obviously, he's a really big name in the league. So I think I tweeted at that time something about how my confidence had gone up to about 50-50. And again, this was just like weighed down by a lot of the past where players had failed to stand up for stuff or just been uninvested, I guess, in the way that this works. But either way, we got eventually to yesterday, and that's where things started to really heat up because I started to hear from multiple sources that Riot had been reaching out to the teams and basically telling them that games had to be played on Thursday no matter what happens. And teams that failed to do so would face potentially fines and forfeiture if they could not field a legal roster. But that Riot was also going to be extending the deadline by which teams could sign up subs to compete on their teams. All right, normally in these videos, I do a pretty good job, I think, of presenting the sort of facts or the information at the beginning and then providing my analysis at the end. But I don't think I could do that here. One, I want to mention that Evie also tweeted this out before I made this video. So if you want additional reporting on it or another person, to try to mention that this is happening, feel free to go look at that tweet. But I also reached out to Riot about this almost 24 hours from the time I'm recording this video, and I did not hear back from them. This is wild for so many reasons. Sorry, I'm trying not to swear because it is just crazy to me. So one, Riot doing this essentially passes on pressure to the teams to ensure that.
I just want to point to something here. For those of you who are wondering, my understanding of League. This is all I know. That's what I got. I don't really know too much. For information, they probably always get back. Travis is like an OG LCS journalist. League sucks. You're not missing anything. I know. I joked about it yesterday where I said that, these guys are doing. For a long time, this was Travis's credentials too. I know Doublelift. Yeah, that even means nothing to me. I'm so lost. Oh, that's Double Lift. He's a very famous league player. I did used to play Defense of the Ancients, Dota, Isita Hariventra. Since then, I've rarely... Since then, I have made a pact with myself to never touch another MOBA game ever again. And I will never play League. I will never play any of these games. Who's your hero? I would swap between Axe, whatever the fuck Axe, Ox was in Turkey, whatever the name of that character was. I'm forgetting now. And Rikimaru. Notice how both of those characters have crit damage. One from behind the back and the other from crit damage that is if you got hit a lot. I was a crit cheeser. Anyway, how toxic was Dota in Turkey? It was really bad. That's proc, not a crit, you donkey. That's a proc, not a crit, you donkey. Yeah, I don't care. Anything that I don't remember from Dota is a good thing. Okay? It's good. I just remember PT. That's literally all I remember. I don't even remember any of the fucking things that you needed to buy to like make shit. I don't remember anything. Anyway, let's continue.
That the lockout doesn't happen, because if you're literally telling them like you're going to face forfeiture and potentially financial repercussions or penalties, like that is just you basically telling the teams like, hey, you need to make sure that games are played, and teams are going to feel pressured to try to make sure that a walkout doesn't happen. So I think that's just a really bad look. Also, the idea that opening day of summer split in the LCS, a league that is already facing significant brand damage, is going to move forward just running like a circus of players on teams that don't matter and don't reflect the reality of the league, and and that nobody knows in a lot of cases, and that these games are going to end up counting. Like, this is how you're going to open your day? This is what you think is the best potential option? Like, I'm trying not to flame right.
The walkout is in response to what Riot and the team organizations are doing with the NACL, the amateur side of LCS. Basically, what they're going to do is remove the amateur scene in NA. Scab pros, imagine doing this with football. It would be awesome. They have done this. Didn't they literally do this in football? They did. Yeah, they did it. Yeah, I think they brought in like players from XFL. They had scab refs a while ago. Anyway. Yeah, we've watched this before on the broadcast. Randall Cunningham seizes the means of production. This is from John Boyce when he was over at SB Nation. And this is like one of the last times this did happen. They put replacement players on board. LCS has denied most of the requests from the Players Association and are threatening to cancel the LCS summer season in 2 weeks. This is like, spoiler alert, dude. This just fucking came out. Let's go through the story piece by piece. Like, at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, okay? And during the fucking 3-minute ad break process, new updates might happen, okay? But you're fucking spoiling the story. You no longer want to see those ads. All you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Or or by getting gifted a sub. Speed Racer, thank you for the 5 get the subs, allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Anyway, I'm going to cover the updates in a second. Red hot summer strikes are going to be happening. Esports directors, writers, actors, UPS. Yeah, esports players is perhaps one of the last areas where I thought there would be some actual labor action. But 5.83, Jesus Christ, dude. Chatters are fucking haters. Actually. Anyway, look, gamer unionization was the last thing I expected in 2023. Esports labor action is peak online left combination of words. I mean, who cares? I'm not understanding this labor strike. The big leagues are protesting because there's no more small league. I wish there was a better explainer, because he didn't like fully go into what happened with the situation at first. LCS remains on schedule. Teams have been granted permission to sign additional players post roster lock. Meanwhile, the NALCSPA is working to mitigate the signings. The LCS Players Association, LCS orgs are obligated to play due to contract with Riot. So here. Okay, so the walkout vote has been overwhelmingly passed. It's not a decision LCS players have come to lightly. Countless discussions and debates were had between all LCS players in the week leading to this historic vote. One thing is clear from those conversations. Our players want to play and compete above all else. Joining hands to put competition aside is a testament to the significance and urgency of the issues at hand. We stand at this. Okay, hold on. We stand at this impasse because actions were taken by Riot without prior communication or discussion with the LCS players. The LCSPA sincerely hopes Riot will avert this walkout by joining us in the coming days to have an open and transparent discussion so that we can forge collaborative solutions and ensure the best futures for the LCS and NACL. So, what is it? It's like as far as I understand, correct me if I'm wrong. There's a minor league and then there's a major league, right? I'm using like really stupid terms here, but there's a minor league that you advance into the majors from, okay? And Riot decided to yeet the minor league without talking to the League Players Association, and that's how it's not a promotion. It's more so you're just farmed out from the amateur league into the majors. Right? Like you farm. They scout the minor leagues. It's similar to baseball in that regard. So, and the LCS pros, considering a lot of them are from that minor league that they were farmed out from, they're striking with their friends, just got fired when they were told they wouldn't. Plus, they use that system to get to pro in the first place. Getting rid of it ensures no more path to pro for native NA players. Okay. It used to be a promotion relegation system between the two until the franchise system came about. So, think of it if NA got rid of AAA baseball and only grab players from elsewhere. Here's the timeline with updates. Okay, this was a very long post that I didn't want to read, but I think it's good to get a better understanding of it. And organizations don't want it because they have franchise spots that they're paying a lot of money for, and they want to just like pick whoever they want. Is that what it is? Unfortunately, the LCSPA does not have even close to as much power as traditional sports player associations. that are true unions. It's honestly going to be very difficult for the LCSPA to get the demands they want from Riot, given the current poor financial situation for all North American esports organizations and Riot's esports arm at the moment. If you need any specific details on the situation, let me know, says Slasher. Here's a recap of what's happening in NA with the LCS and NACL. NA Challengers League / Academy teams for those who haven't kept track. LCS teams have requested Riot to eliminate the requirement of fielding NACL teams. Riot has agreed to this request, citing the aim of achieving greater operational and financial flexibility. The LCS Players Association has highlighted that approximately 70 jobs may be lost as a result of this decision. They have criticized Riot for making contradictory statements and rushing the decision without proper planning and proper notice or prior notice. They have also proposed an alternative. Plan. Out of the 10 LCS teams, only FlyQuest, Evil Geniuses, and Team Liquid have chosen to maintain their roster in the NACL, as the remaining 7 teams have decided to withdraw. In response to the changes made to the NACL, the LCSPA has called for a vote among LCS players to stage a walkout as a form of protest. That's fire. That's labor action. Respect. Last night, an overwhelming majority of LCS players voted in favor of the walkout. They will therefore not be playing in the LCS and can't be forced to do so. It has been reported that LCS teams will be obliged to field an LCS roster due to an agreement with Riot that mandates them to have competitive rosters. Consequently, they will need to sign new players to fulfill this requirement. However, the LCSPA, the Players Association, will attempt to mitigate those signings. To give more context, 50% of the current LCS players have been through the NACL. The economical situation of the LCS teams is very difficult, as it has been reported that many are trying to sell their spot. I also know from sources that salaries have been drastically reduced in the LCS this year. Sources also say that the cost to run an NACL team is around $1 million per year. However, the LCSPA alternative plan also addresses those issues. Additionally, each LCS team has been given $3 million by Riot in order to help them out for the LCS NACL this year. So, I don't really fully understand the dynamics here, but from what I understand, like, Riot owns everything, right? Like, they own literally everything. It's not like the NBA, it's not like the NFL. They just own everything. So they can do basically whatever the fuck they want. The amount of leverage they have is insane. They own the IP, they own the leagues, they own whatever the fuck they want. And right now, it seems like a lot of teams, a lot of franchise teams, a lot of league teams, and I mean, I think even the same goes for Valorant in some respects. Like, they are, it's very expensive endeavor. They don't own the teams, but it doesn't matter because they own everything else. And given how financially not viable it is to currently manage a team, all of these organizations are trying to either A, sell their franchise spots, or B, disbanding their teams in general, right? Am I getting this correctly? But it's not like they can go and make their own league because it's League of Legends. Riot owns it. Riot owns the IP. Like, imagine if someone owned the IP of football. You know what I mean? Like, and like, if you wanted to go outside and throw the pigskin around, they were like, no, you can't do that. I've heard rumors that LCS teams are even trying to pick up the fired NACL players to fill the walkout players' spots. Riot sees esports as a marketing division and is incredibly protective over their control over their product. It's also important to remember that League is way more popular in Asia, and the North American League has always been seen as extremely weak and even unproductive. So, Riot doesn't own the teams, but Riot owns the spots in its own league, and they sell those spots to other they sell those spots to other teams that buy those spots. And those spots are actually, if I'm not mistaken, pretty fucking expensive. So some companies have decided to even sell those spots to other teams instead of maintaining a League of Legends team. Right? Is that correct?
Yeah, like on a serious note, it's really sad to see all the organizations just drop their NACL.
Riot caved into the team's wishes. All LCS teams were previously required to have a minor league team, but they removed that, and 7 out of 10 teams dropped their minor league squad, causing 70 jobs to be lost overnight. Riot owns even more in Valorant because the orgs didn't buy their spot like they had to in League. I own the IP of football. The teams own their spots in the LCS.
Teams. I mean, part of the reason why franchising was a thing, the whole reason that franchising started was because the teams leveraged the fact that franchising would allow them to explore North American talent. They would be able to build great rosters for the future. They would be able to invest in talent now that might not be great, give them the LCS experience, and then in like 2-3 years time, they could be top tier players. But they weren't able to do this before because of relegations. You know, you were afraid to start one of these, rookie players, a North American, like a North American challenger player, challenger in terms of like in the Challengers League. You didn't want to start an academy player and have them run it down on stage, and then you just lose your spot in the LCS because of it. It's one of the main things that was sold to you as fans. And then now they want to turn around and be like, you know what, guys? Like, we actually really do care about North American talent, but times are tough. The economy is bad. So we're actually just going to destroy our fucking pipeline of North American talent ourselves. And somehow that's supposed to be okay. When these teams...
I love when people tell me about IW Dominate, like as though I don't know him personally. Like as though I haven't hung out with him in the real world. Like, yes, I
mean, these teams have money.
IW Dominate, ain't no way, whatever.
It's just a choice, right? They don't think that they are going to make direct money off NACL. Like, the way that they see it is like, are we going to be able to get enough in buyouts for the players in our NACL team to justify all of the salaries? And if the answer is no, then they're like, no. Okay, then there's no reason to actually continue with it. Yeah, it's tough, bro. I think that it's really a bad sign for North American LCS that you have everyone trying to sell, and then as soon as they voted, this is the first opportunity where you could not have a challengers team, an academy team in LCS history, right? Like, it was part of franchising where they were required in the LCS contract to have.
I called him by his birth name, IW Dominate, more like IWW Dominate. Yeah.
You have everyone trying to sell, and then as soon as they voted, this is the first opportunity where you could not have a challengers team, an academy team in LCS history, right? Like, it was part of franchising where they were required in the LCS contract to have an academy team. The first opportunity that they can actually dismiss their academy team fully, almost everyone's done it. Like 7 out of the 10 teams have done it. I don't know. It's tough. It's tough.
The only NACL is the salt that these gamers are crying, right? Gamers are gross and must be stopped. Riot is also now offering to pay the scabs more than the pros who are striking. Typical. Scabs are getting nearly twice the daily rate of an average LCS player at almost 2K a day, and that will most likely be average gold players, lol. Yeah. Esports is permanently hampered because all video games are IPs owned by corporations, giving them extreme leverage in all situations, says Slasher. The world's biggest esports organizations, such as 100 Thieves, C9, or FaZe, down lol. boo slasher, we phase up in this building, have barely any negotiating power against the publishers, let alone players themselves who are hung out to dry. The LCSPA is the first real-time players' rights are being fought for against a major game developer, but Riot has near unilateral control over the situation. Slasher, just DM me on Discord. Let's talk, and then you can do a better job of describing the situation to me because of my specifically anti-MOBA stance. This is making it very hard for me to comprehend exactly what's going on. Because I have a general distaste for MOBA, and I think that it turns normal humans into fucking freaks. You should make an esports team called the HasanAbis. Yeah, let me go and buy an esports team while this is what's happening. That seems like a good idea. That seems like a great idea. Yeah, what a great time to do that. Can't think of a better time to do that. I have a bridge to sell if you're in the market. Toast literally just bought. I messaged you on Discord. Toast is only losing $1 million per year on esports. I think is a good idea for a team. Yeah, that's insane. That seems insane. That's crazy. I can't begin to explain how crazy this is. I'm calling you. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
Hello.
Last time you were on this broadcast, you know, it was a very long time ago.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. You said some things last time you were on this broadcast that became permanently meme-ified. Slasher.
Is that true? You sure?
I think so.
I can't remember.
Oh, you can't remember what it was?
I can't quite remember at all what we're talking about. Nope.
You can't.
No recollection.
Okay, I won't bring that up then. If you can't recall what happened last time you were on this broadcast, it's all good. Okay,
we're coming up on 3 years, you know.
Chat, stop spamming stuff.
Coming up on 3 years, Hasan.
Chat, stop spamming things that happened 3 years ago that didn't actually happen. Okay.
3-year anniversary this June.
Oh my
something
God.
that I don't have any recollection of. Just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah, we just wiped that. We just wiped that from the memory bank. Okay.
So Toast is only losing $1 million a year.
Yeah, that sounds psychotic.
Ludwig and Charlie are only losing about $1.5 million to $2 million a year. Didn't you just get a fat contract? You can afford it.
Yeah,
from what I read on the internet, you're a
journalist
now.
You're a journalist. You should know that those contracts aren't exactly flush. I didn't get a contract with YouTube. I got an exclusivity deal with Twitch. Okay.
I heard that Kick is offering hundreds of millions of dollars right now.
Yeah, as long as I fucking sell Gamba on the side, probably. So I think I'm good on that.
I think your chat would love to see Team HasanAbi.
Yeah. Yeah, the chat would, and then everyone would be killing me online. They'd
Just
be like,
team up with XQC.
Yeah.
He's already backed out. He's already gotten cold feet. You and him, just like Charlie and Ludwig have teamed up. I think you and Felix together would be an incredible combo.
Yeah, I would love to have a stable partner in this, one that is reliable and consistent and certainly never backs out of deals. That seems great.
Felix sounds exactly what you're talking about. No.
Yeah. Okay, so talk to me. So League of Legends, it's owned by Riot, a massive company. Which is like partially owned by Tencent, right? Or entirely owned by Tencent?
100% owned by Tencent.
100% owned by Tencent.
All of your money is going to China. Your voice comms are being recorded.
Yeah, that's fine. I've played Valorant. They have kernel level access to my computer. It's all good. It's fine. I love China, so I don't have an issue with that. Rod, do you want to turn on your camera or no? By the way,
Nope.
Nope, you do not want to turn your
I don't have
camera.
it set up. It's not even. I gotta go get it. No, it's
Okay,
fine.
never mind. Okay.
No one wants to see me, Hasan. What are you talking about?
Well, people are confused as to who I'm talking to. We're talking to an OG, a legend in the field. Okay, so
yeah, not like you would come
so
see me. This guy comes to New York. Okay, we'll go to Tarek's apartment in Brooklyn. Will not meet up with me for 5 minutes. I just want to say hello. I don't want to snipe you on your stream. Just wanted to say hi. Couldn't take 5 minutes. It's okay, Hasan. I understand.
Okay, first of all, Tarek is my blood relative. Okay, it's a little different.
Yeah,
it's a little different, and also that we were streaming. So
I want 23andMe proof on that.
Wait, hold on. Let me. I'm pulling up a photo of you so that people know who I'm talking to. There you go. Okay.
Wonderful.
All right. So, all right, let's get to it. So you got multiple different leagues, right? And NA is one of them, right? And it's seen as like kind of the black sheep of all the other leagues.
League of Legends is not doing too good in North America right now. No. It is much more popular in China. It's much more popular in Korea. It's even much more popular in Europe. North America is probably the weakest region in terms of total player base. And also in results, we are bad. We are bad at video games. We do not win any championships. The North American League of Legends community has as good of a chance of winning Worlds as USA does in the World Cup, which means 0. We have a 0% chance of ever winning.
Yeah, it's because we're too busy getting laid, okay?
Is it? Have you seen the chat on Twitch? I don't know if anybody's getting laid.
Okay, well, I was just trying to look for a reason as to why that's the case. So, all right, so we're not getting pussy and we're not winning Worlds. And Worlds is like the global championship, right? Just explain this because there's a lot of people in here that love labor action and are pro worker, but are completely oblivious to what League of Legends actually is. So you're not talking to like a regular Twitch audience, as you know. Very different.
No, it's a video game you should never play. You are correct. It is a MOBA. Do not play these games. Okay.
Yes,
what we do here in America is we shoot people. All right. That's what we do. That is our culture. We shoot people in the head. We play games where you shoot people in the head, and that is kind of how we have evolved as society. So no MOBA, get in your shoot'ems.
Yeah.
That's what we do here. We're actually really good at shooting people in the head. Like historically in esports, America has been always great at shooting other people. We're really not good in terms of strategy. Anything that involves like having to use your brain at a high level,
we're animals. We're animals and we have a lot of guns. Even though the only time what was it? It was Tarek that won a gold for an American team for Counter-Strike, right? Gold medal.
Yeah.
Olympic athlete. Olympic esports athlete. And he was Turkish. So
Europeans are better at shooting people than we are. In video games. I mean, in real life, I guess you would say 50-50, but in video games, Europeans are definitely better. But Americans can still hold up historically. We definitely have won some titles shooting people.
Okay.
In video games.
So anyway, we got there's the American League of Legends is the American League of Legends scene is like not great currently. So explain before you get into like the franchising stuff. I guess one question I have is I've heard a lot of stuff about like big esports organizations like pulling their spots off of the NA scene and how does that process work? Like big esports corporations like purchase slots in order to be able to compete. How does that work?
Well, one, nothing's going well right now. Generally the entire esports industry is not doing too well financially. It's not even doing great on Twitch. I mean, there's a larger issue that Twitch itself as a company and in terms of Twitch's total traffic is not doing well. And that's actually somewhat related to esports' poor shape now because Twitch as a company is not doing too well, but esports in general not doing too good. But several years ago, to get into the league in the first place, Riot, along with Activision Blizzard, had the genius idea to make franchise leagues. Because all we know here is North American sports, and every North American sport is a franchise league. Unlike in Europe, where you have real football with the Premier League, and everything is relegation. If you're really good, you stay in the Premier League. If you're really bad, you get downgraded into the secondary and third leagues. Here in America, we want permanent slots so that no matter how bad you are, even if you're the Pittsburgh Pirates, even if you're the Cincinnati Reds, even if you're my New York Knicks, you will never, ever be able to be kicked out of the traditional sports league. So, all the game developers figured, let's just copy this, what we do here. And they did that for League of Legends and Riot, and they did the same. Activision Blizzard did the same thing for Call of Duty and for Overwatch, and they forced.
I have a question for you before we move on.
Yeah, sure.
Is the structure different in Asia? Like, do they have farming programs and like lower leagues that people farm out of, or is it also franchised?
It used to be, and this is the first year Riot actually enforced that both Korea and China would be like America and that they have to have franchise leagues. But historically, they have always had a great tier 2 system, which went right into the tier 1 system. So Korea and China had the relegation system, but Riot forced this new franchise system for League of Legends into Korea and China. They actually learned a lot from all this, and Valorant does not technically have the exact same system that League of Legends does. They have what is considered a partnership system, where you do not have to pay for a slot, and that Riot can kick you out. In League of Legends and in Overwatch and Call of Duty, you had venture capitalists and you had traditional sports owners like the Kroenkes, who own the Rams, and I think they own Chelsea. You have the Wilpons, who have the New York Mets. You have the Kraft, who own the New England Patriots. They were all really good friends with Bobby Kotick, the piece of shit CEO of Activision Blizzard, and he was able to get them to buy into the Activision Blizzard leagues. The same thing kind of happened here with Riot, where like the Golden State Warriors own one of the slots for the LCS, for example. So in LCS, people had to pay $10 to $15 million to own the slots. And Activision Blizzard, they were able to scam owners to pay $25 to $30 million for each of those slots. So the owners do own the slots in this franchise league. In Valorant, for example, the difference is no one paid to get into the Valorant League.
That was an invite, right? That's like invitations from Riot. That hands to like whichever teams are allowed. But then also there's a secondary league that in order to get to is Challenger, is it, or the championships VCT? In order to get to it, there's like a second league, I guess, with like other
it's called Ascension.
Other organizations that didn't make it or didn't get an invite were able to compete their way up to the VCT, right?
Yeah, so like Charlie and Toast and Ludwig's teams, they're in the secondary league. You can, by winning the Ascension, get into the partnered league. So Riot actually did learn from their fuck-ups from the franchise League of Legends stuff and did it totally differently for Valorant. The difference is that Riot can at any time kick you out of the partnered league if they do not feel like you are holding up the demands that you entered into when the partnered organizations first got onto the league. Like G2 wasn't originally going to be a partnered team in the Valorant league
because they lost their slot, right? Like they were originally invited and they lost their slot due to Andrew Tate and the owner of G2 being a massive Andrew Tate dick rider. I don't know if you knew this or not, but he also used to always try to hang out with me every time he was in Los Angeles and like tried to sign me multiple times to G2.
Good thing you said no to Carlos.
That's a little fun fact for you. Which I always thought was so strange that he made that jump from like being a fan of mine to being an Andrew Tate fan.
Well, now he's not paying child support. and he's not seeing his kid also. So things are not going very well for Carlos at the moment. So you did a good thing.
Well,
Hasan.
maybe I did a bad thing.
Great
Maybe if I
dodge.
hung out with him, he wouldn't have been a fucking Andrew Tate dick rider.
You could have saved him. You could have prevented this timeline. So anyway, yes. So Valorant is a little bit different. Riot did learn from their mess ups with the this whole League of Legends portion, and they did things differently with Valorant. However, League of Legends and then Activision Blizzard with Overwatch and Call of Duty are all franchise leagues. But as I was saying in chat, the difference is with traditional sports, yeah, these are video games that are IPs that are owned by mega corporations. In traditional sports, nobody owns basketball. No one owns football. The NFL and the NBA and the MLB are the owners all coming together for an association where they all work together and the commissioner is the representative of the owners. That dynamic does not exist here in esports. The developers, namely Riot, Activision Blizzard, even Valve, but Valve is actually much different. Valve is like, do whatever the fuck you want. We don't give a shit. Just don't fuck up where we have to come in and fix everything, you morons. But Valve actually has a very laissez-faire approach where they let the entire third-party ecosystem do things on their own. And things have actually gotten much better in Valve's approach than it has to Riot or Activision Blizzard. However, they still own the game.
Gaben is the GOAT. Gaben is the legend.
Gaben is the GOAT. But things are still, it's better in Valve's way, but they still own Counter-Strike. They still own Dota. These mega corporations, these game companies still own the IPs. So they make all of the money when it comes to revenue. Most of the money the game developers make is through in-game microtransactions. And that has
gambling on CS:GO crates, or in Valorant's case, me buying every skin imaginable, even though I'll never fucking rank above silver.
You've bought everything, of course you have. How much money have you given Riot to China?
Dude. First of all, the China angle is nullified in my case. Knowing that it's a Chinese company makes me only want to buy more skins. Okay.
Okay. Yes.
I am a big fan of Chinese prosperity and the real top Xi Jinping. If anything, this is really not like him. Mr. Xi, please put down your phone. This is not like you. You spread love, not hate. Don't allow these players in NA to be cast aside like this, is what I would say to Xi if he was watching.
Now I know where you get all your big donos from.
Yeah.
China has single-handedly made the Counter-Strike skin market explode like 300 to 400% in the last couple of years. So you're on the right path, and all those Oilers are now China Oilers. So you're doing a good job, Hasan. I'm proud of you.
Yeah. So, anyway, whatever. It's a Chinese company is irrelevant in this process. So Riot owns the IP, so they have full control over whatever the fuck happens. They can literally shut you out of the game if they technically wanted to, right? Like they could IP ban you if they wanted to.
Yeah, they can do whatever they want.
Yeah, which is insane. Like you can't get banned from playing football. Like you can get banned from playing in the NFL, but you couldn't get banned from playing football. Like that's not a level of control that the NFL has over just the game. And
if you're Tom Brady, you can do whatever you want.
Yeah. Well, regardless, so they have a lot of control and they're exercising it in this situation. Let me I guess explain it one more time, and you can tell me if I'm wrong on this. So there's in NA, they decide to do before the franchising, they decided to do, or while the franchise spots were in existence, they also decided to create a farm league, right?
Yes.
They decided to make a feeder league or a farm league where you could get scouted from and you could get into the franchised league slots, right?
Yep.
And a lot of players, from what I understand, players in the players union and players inside of these, the professional players who are in these franchised teams, were coming from that league, from the feeder league. Right?
Yeah, a good amount. I mean, part of it is that North American amateur talent and the entirety of the North American scene is so poor that the franchise leagues usually opted to bring in imports from Europe or Korea or China instead of bringing up the academy players from these challenger teams that we're talking about. But though this is the fault of the organizations themselves, they could have brought up more talent from the amateur challenger scene into their franchise league, but they're always so enamored with bringing over a star talent, or I would say a wash talent from Korea, China, or Europe instead of bringing up North American players. But yes, that is generally what happens.
Okay. So what's the reason why they decided they decided to just completely nix the other like the non-franchise league in its entirety? Like what's the conflict here?
But the organizations, came to riot. Much of this was the esports organizations themselves, 100 Thieves, TSM, Cloud9, etc. Because of the such poor financial state of the entire industry, where venture capitalists are leaving, sports owners are, selling their stakes in these teams, sponsors are heavily leaving and they're not renewing their contracts because of, the dire state of the financial stability, that caused all the organizations to basically come together and ask that they no longer have to be forced to pay the secondary team. And alongside this, as I mentioned earlier, North American League of Legends in general is not really doing very well in terms of like the total player base or the total viewership. So it was really like the organizations pushing for this, but it was also Riot, like, kind of somewhat agreeing, considering they do control everything. They did have to agree with the organizations that this is a waste of money from their standpoint. It is not worth supporting the tier 2 scene and the academy players.
Okay.
Look, on one hand, I understand. Yes, esports is kind of screwed at the moment, and things are not going well. However, I do not have sympathy for Riot, several billion-dollar corporation. They are, especially with Blizzard's downfall, they are pretty much the #1 with Valve PC gaming company in the world, and they make a ton of money off of their games from League of Legends and from Valorant. I don't have a ton of sympathy in them not being able to support a couple $1 million here and there for these players who want to keep their jobs. And two, these organizations sold false goods to the venture capitalists, to the sports owners, that esports is going to be bigger than sports, and that, the League of Legends World Championship is going to be bigger than the Super Bowl. That was always bullshit. That was never a real thing that was happening in our industry. But, all of these big esports companies sold this false reality to the people that were giving money. They were able to get hundreds of $1 million from Twitch, hundreds of $1 million from YouTube. Now Twitch and YouTube don't even want to pay for the rights anymore because they understand that the value and the traffic is not there for what it was. So I don't have sympathy there for the organizations either. They made the bed that they are in to begin with. They're the ones that drove these valuations up to several hundred millions of dollars that were never realistic to begin with. So they should be forced to pay these players. Riot should take some of the billions of dollars that they're making and pay these players. These players should not be left out in the cold because of poor decisions from both the developer and from these organizations to not control their companies the right way, and for none of them to be profitable. It shouldn't take 100 Thieves trying to sell hoodies to financially keep the entire scene stable. That is an absurd, ridiculous notion. So to swipe the rug out of these players who are just trying to make a living and to get by playing the game and promoting the game this entire time for this developer, for these organizations, yeah, I really am on the side of the players. The players have no leverage here. The organizations barely have any leverage because the publishers own everything. They own the IPs, they own the leagues. Blizzard and Riot could do what they want. So it's not even 100 Thieves and Cloud9 and TSM and FaZe down or whatever. They can barely get money out of the esports ecosystem. The players are at the bottom of the totem pole here. So you have even the teams that can't do anything. Now they're working along with the developers to basically pressure the players. and to make sure and to put their boot onto the players. And tier 2 players who grind this game for hours and hours a day just to get a chance to play in the Premier League should not have their opportunities taken away and the small amount of money that they're making to get by to try to make their dream a reality here. So the Players Association in League of Legends is one of the first times in any esport game that there's a real association fighting for the rights of the players. So I have no sympathy here for the organizations or for Riot in this scenario.
And it seems like they're trying to, and it seems like they're trying to protect the NA scene, which could literally become a very marketable entity down the line if there was enough investment given to that rather than continuing with the old way of doing business. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but it's impossible for me, from where I'm standing. It seems ridiculous to say that a fucking nation with like 330 million people in it don't have any good fucking gamers. You know what I mean? Like, I know it's like funny to say, oh, near airport, NA is shitty, it's dog shit, whatever. But that just means that there isn't enough investment into it. That there isn't enough investment into funding, farming, scouting, and building up players inside of North America in the North American player base.
I mean, look, I've been in this industry, in this community for over 20 years. I have been all aboard the Americans are not as good because of our culture, because of our work ethic, because of the lack of total players here, because of high ping, bad servers, bad scrim time, not enough teams to scrim, not enough teams to schedule. There's a laundry list of reasons that American teams and players do not do very well, let alone in League of Legends, but in all international esports, whether it's Valorant or Counter-Strike or Street Fighter or anything, American players or teams just traditionally have not done as well. However, if we want Americans to eventually, and a North American team to eventually win the World Championship, how would, totally carving out the tier 2 amateur scene help get to that situation? This is only going to make things worse. If you are rooting for North American players and North American organizations, gutting the tier 2 scene and not allowing these players to make a little bit of money while they try to get into the show to see what they can do, this is not going to help everything.
Yeah. So you're on the side of the players on this one. People keep saying in the chat that like NA players, while not being very competitive in the global stage, are also getting paid more or something than other markets. And I don't know if there's any validity to that. I feel like that seems like weirdly...
The only in China, players are making more than America because China has like the best ever esports ecosystem. Each of the teams in China can draw 5,000 to 10,000 fans for each local match. Like each individual local match in China has a stadium of people coming out for all of their teams. In China, League of Legends is by far the most played in terms of the most amount of players. It's the most viewed. Whenever the World Championship each year has like, I think the Riot comes out with like 80 or 90 concurrent million concurrent viewers or watch the final, I would say 95% of that is China. The rest is North America, Europe, and Korea combined. So China has a gigantic, huge ecosystem for esports that is very financially viable. But number 2 is North America, because that's where all the money is. All the big sponsors are American. All the like big VCs and traditional sports owners are American. European owners don't have as much pull as like American sports teams and American, like traditional American sports leagues. And Korea, for as great as they are like the best players historically for League of Legends. Their scene in terms of like the business side does not nearly have as much money for players. T1, which is like the biggest Korean team, is owned by Comcast. Like they got bought out by Comcast. And T1 is owned by, T1 is basically an American team. So that's how they can afford Faker to pay him as the highest paid player, League of Legends player in the world. They're basically getting paid, by Americans over there. SKT1, which was the former Korean team, and how they got to T1 would have never been able to afford Faker if they were just still SKT1. They needed that American money. So yes, considering how poor performance the North American organizations have had in League of Legends, the players probably shouldn't be paid as much compared to the Korean or the European players, because they've had a much better time performing when it counts. But this is just the economic situation in America. There's just more money here. All the sponsors are here. All the VCs are here. All the money.
That's why I'm
flows to
saying
America.
there's an opportunity for the NA scene to be significantly more competitive because there's so much more money. Because the way I see it, correct me if I'm wrong. Like I said, I'm very uninitiated on this stuff, but the championships, whether it be the VCT or LCS, these are just the marketing arm of Riot. They see this as a way to market their product to a broader audience, right? So that they come in, they play, they gamble, they get invested, they put thousands of hours into this fucking game, constantly wanting to kill themselves as they play the fucking game, and they buy all the skins, and they dump a shitload of money into these fucking skins, which are not actually giving them any sort of competitive advantage, even though you still keep buying them over and over again. Gamble is in gamble with your life. Sorry, chatters. I didn't mean literally gamble like CSGO skins. I meant CSGO crates. I meant, just lose yourself in the game. Okay, and it's very profitable. It's a very profitable venture, but it's for marketing, right?
Yes, historically, all of the esports efforts for Riot and Activision Blizzard are done as a marketing arm. Everything that is being done for the League of Legends historically in esports has been done for marketing, because the game companies make all their money from the microtransactions, not from the sponsorships. However, in recent years, you've had Riot try to get LCS to be profitable. They have tried really, really hard to make the actual product itself be profitable, and not tied to the transactions. And Activision Blizzard fucked all of this up by basically lying to everybody and telling everyone that Overwatch League was going to be this enormous, gigantic hit, and that Call of Duty League was going to be bigger than the NBA or whatever. Activision Blizzard, out of all of the different companies, definitely sold the fakest bullshit to everybody to get everyone to run from everything. So Riot, considering Activision Blizzard went so far to fuck everything up, Riot's been pretty good comparatively. However, esports has still been basically a marketing arm for microtransactions. But they are trying to get LCS specifically to be profitable. And Activision Blizzard tried to get the Overwatch League and Call of Duty League itself to be profitable, but that has been a complete disaster, especially the Overwatch League, which has completely fallen on the wayside because Overwatch itself as a game has been completely mismanaged from top to bottom, and Overwatch 2 is a complete fuck up too. So the game itself is not, that's what caused that. That's actually the biggest issue in all this. League of Legends and the LCS is not doing well because League of Legends is having a tough time as a game here in North America. The same thing with Overwatch League. For all the problems the Overwatch League itself has had, Overwatch not doing too well has cascaded a lot of the issues that Overwatch League has. Call of Duty League
has because it has capital. There's capital flight. Is that what you're saying? Because Overwatch League being an abject failure, it turned investors off from investing in dumping unlimited amounts of funds into esports. Is that what you're saying? So people are just very, very scared.
Yes, I mean Overwatch League itself, because of Bobby Kotick was best friends with Robert Kraft and Kroenke and Wilpon. That's why they invested in the first place, because they're his boys, they're his buddies. All right, they're all going to, they're all on Epstein's flight list, all of them together. So he was able to get them to all invest into the league to begin with because they're friends. And now that everything is going really poorly, and he had the sexual misconduct allegations against him.
I just got to say something, okay? Everyone is reeling from the loss of a friend. Okay, Jeffrey Epstein's untimely death, which was ruled as a suicide, was hard on a lot of CEOs of major corporations. Okay, I just want to point that out.
Moment of silence.
Yeah, it's just a lot of people are still reeling from that. They lost their best friend, Elon Musk included. Okay, let's continue.
Elon, huge fan of Overwatch, by the way.
Yeah. So So now Riot is saying that they're delaying if the players do not cave, like the Players Association does not cave to Riot's lack of interest in dealing with them beyond the 2-week window, they are going to literally shelve the summer games. Is that what's going on? Like, because they said that they're prepared to cancel the entire LCS summer season. Carrying this forward, if the LCS summer season is canceled, this will also eliminate LCS teams qualifying for 2023 Worlds. I want to be clear, that is not an outcome we'd want, but unfortunately the reality of ensuring we run a fair and competitive global system.
Yes, that means no North American teams would be at Worlds. Also, the news about the scab players is true. In the last 2 days, the organizations and Riot have worked together to eliminate all of the previous rules of how teams can sign players. And they are allowing organizations to sign any player, no rules. You can sign anybody, and they will pay the players $2,000 per game.
More than what they were paying the pros, from what I understand. Is that true?
If you total it up per game, it probably is more money than some of the minimum salary contracts that some players are making. Yes.
Love to have a leftist audience that doesn't even give a shit about video games all that much to only immediately be like, oh, it's time for me to fucking scab. Like, it's let me scab. A lot of you are bitches, okay?
Actually, the community has responded pretty well, and most of the players who have been approached by the organizations, even though $2,000 per game would be a lot of money, and they would get the opportunity to play on stage, which they would never have gotten before. From what I understand, and people that I've spoken to, players and coaches, etc., most have turned it down. Almost everybody has turned down the organization's request to play, even with the opportunity and the money in front of them. So the players actually have been pretty good, united with the professional players in not taking the scab money and not crossing the picket line. But yeah, really, from Riot's statement today, I gauge that there is very little chance that Riot is going to relent here. Because of everything that I've said before, the Players Association, it's not like the MLB or NBA Players Association, which is a really strong union, okay? It's not like the union for cops or whatever across the country, but they have a really good deal, and they're able to push back against the owners in baseball or basketball to get what they want. The players in League of Legends really do not have a ton of leverage, considering everything that I mentioned before. And it really does not sound like Riot wants to give in to any of the demands that the LCSPA wants here. So you don't
think they're gonna do that? You don't think they're gonna give in to any of the demands?
I mean,
they're gonna let LCS, they're gonna let the NA scene die and not compete in Worlds. I mean, I guess if they're not even getting to it anyway, and it's a blip on their radar, it's one thing. But how does this impact the North American consumer market? I guess
Riot
considering
is hoping to turn the community on their side. Riot is really hoping with this statement to get the community to flip from being against Riot and on the side of the players to being more on their side and looking at the economic situation, and to try to force the players back into playing. That is my reading of what they're trying to do here. They're trying to manipulate the community. They're trying to manipulate the situation to bring more people that are going to align with them to get a soft pushback so this scenario doesn't happen, and that NA teams are still going to play at Worlds. I could see the second half of the season being canceled as much more likely than NA teams do not show up at Worlds, because Riot does need the NA teams at Worlds to get the maximum amount of viewership, to get the maximum amount of engagement, and to sell the sponsors on everything, because Worlds is a huge in-person endeavor that is costing Riot tens of millions of dollars of flying teams and coaches and players and talent all across the world and hosting venues and all that other stuff. Canceling the second half of the season is probably more doable and less of a financial loss from Riot. So I could see that scenario happening, where the second half of the season is pushed back even further or canceled, but they are hoping to get as much of the public on their side so that the teams
because they want the viewership. It seems like they want the NA viewership. They don't give a fuck about the NA players. And if the NA viewership is also not interested in the NA players, then they're fine. They got rid of a costly thorn on their side while simultaneously maintaining the audience that's going to allow them to keep, selling sponsorships and make more money and ensure that this isn't a bigger financial hit. Rod, there's a LCSPA board members in the chat, and they're saying they want to join the call. Do you mind if I invite them?
Yeah, of course. Phillip is the person in charge. He's done a great job.
Are you friends with him on Discord? If you can invite him into the call, if you are. The fucking Players Association person in the chat keeps adding FaZe. Don't do that. That's not going to get you any. I don't know why you're tagging FaZe there. That's not very helpful for you. But I see you in the chat. Rod, do you know him or no? I mean, are you friends with him on Discord?
Yes, but I don't. I'm getting his Discord now. I am friends with him, but I don't know. I'm getting the.
Okay. If you can bring him into the call, that could be helpful. So, yeah, Riot is saying, first and foremost, we support players. We also support teams that we believe more than ever in the LCS. Yeah,
they're just hoping that the fans and that everyone in Twitch chat is fickle. All right, and that you guys out there will not give a shit who was playing on the stage, that you would rather root for 100 Thieves or Cloud9 or TSM and not care about who was actually playing. Riot is betting and hoping that is the case. Everyone out there that is listening who is a League of Legends fan or people out there and just League of Legends fans in general have to hold firm and not watch, not tune in, not give Riot any engagement, not give Riot a reason to show the world that there is no reason to have the professional players on stage and that they could sign any replacements and have everything go fine.
Yeah, what if they go to the Chinese feeder leagues to just fucking stack their rosters full of players that are decent, the good? Is that a thing that these teams could do, the franchise teams could do right now? And completely override the Players Association's demands.
I don't.
Which, by the way, we didn't even talk about that. What's up with what are their demands exactly?
The Players Association.
Yeah.
I'm getting him right now. I will let him explain for you.
Riot has successfully architected a Tier 2 ecosystem in other major regions, Europe, China, and Korea, and we want to do the same for North America. It will take some shifts and trade-offs to get there, so to help North America see and through this transition, we've decided to give our NACL partner, Rally Cry, an additional $300,000 in order to jumpstart the 2023 NACL season this week. This funding is an addition to the revenue share to the NACL teams we announced last week. Transitioning from the ineffective academy system to the new NACL model will be helped with this funding. Wait. Flash just left the call. Oh, wait, hold on. Here it is. Hello.
Hello.
We're joined by Phillip.
This is Phillip.
Um,
he is the head of the LCSPA.
Nice to meet you, son.
What's going on? I'm looking at your asks of Riot. So what happened, Phillip? Explain to me what's going on. Why are you upset?
Why are we upset?
With Riot.
Not just me. I'm here to, the mouthpiece for the players in this situation. And, really the instigating incident here, I've worked for the PA and represented players for over 2 years. Every bit of our relationship with Riot has always been predicated on mutual respect and participation in the process. And up until about a month ago, or a few weeks, time has turned into a blur recently. It's been a busy time, but until very recently, that's always been the case. Riot's always known that, we communicate together about what's going on. We plan far in the future. And if we have things that, red lines for each other about changes, we try and work them out, and we try and figure out solutions that everybody can be on board with, similar to any group that's, in kind of constant negotiations around how, how a workplace or ecosystem can be. We're not unionized, but again, esports is a funny space. We're 3 parties, and really the developer owns everything, right? They own the football, so to say. And so we act as a lobbyist, same as anyone goes to Congress. I think my job is going to, riot. They're the House, the Senate, the Supreme Court, and the president. And our job is to persuade them on how to run the IP that they own. And that's always been really successful until very recently, when between splits, the decision was made without consultation or discussion with the PA to remove the requirement for LCS teams to field, as you mentioned, AAA baseball equivalent rosters, what we call the NACL. Both sides knew that a decision like that overnight would cause the vast majority of organizations to pull out to reap some financial savings, and they did it in spite of our strong protests and, in our view, without proper prior consultation discussion about what would be necessary to make the ecosystem functional without a requirement like that in place. So that's what happened, and here we are.
Okay, so you want a Valorant style promotion and relegation between the LCS and NACL. You want Riot to commit to a revenue pool for player salaries of $300K per NACL team per year. You want to allow the LCS orgs to partner with affiliates or for cost sharing. You want Riot guarantees with LCS minimum contracts for the following year for the 5 players who win the LCS Summer Finals each year. And you want to institute a 3/5 roster continuity rule to provide players on released NACL rosters first priority in maintaining their slots in the upcoming NACL season if a majority continue to compete together. So what did they say to that?
First off, appreciate you reading all that. I'd say first and foremost, our asks to Riot are to make a system that makes sense. That's sort of the first and foremost. These points are, they're asks, and they're also the start of a conversation about things we know would actually solve the problem. To what Riot has said to these, everyone can see Riot's public statement from tonight. What we care most about in that statement is that, and behind the scenes, we met with them before their public announcement tonight, and there was a commitment from them in the statement and behind the scenes to continued conversations and negotiations. We're going to be meeting with them tomorrow. I'm waiting on a time and checking my email to see when we're going to set up a time to talk. And I am going to say that my focus is making sure those negotiations are fruitful. We have long believed that it's about making sure the system makes sense. We've never claimed that the rule that required teams to field a third party or to field a AAA roster, the NACL, was a good rule, but it was the best solution to a bad system. Slashers talked a little bit about franchising and the issues that it creates in an ecosystem and, market inequalities. If you want to get all capitalist, it creates disincentives to be successful or competitively successful. And it disincentivizes developmental leagues unless you require the people who are staked in the game to participate. So that's what we're asking for. That's what especially bullets 1 and 2 are. It's saying, hey, we need to put a system in place that actually will encourage people to participate and ensure that North American talent pipeline doesn't dry up overnight. So that's the core of our asks.
Yeah. What do you? Why do you think they are behaving in this unresponsive way, and they're trying to implement the nuclear option of even tanking the LCS in its entirety for this season?
That's a good question. We certainly don't agree with the manner in which they posted tonight. Our preference would have been to post about the positive things that we're both working towards, which is delaying the season to lower the temperature around the scab movement that was put into effect after we announced our walkout. Once we announced our walkout and teams started reaching out to scabs, we saw undue pressure and coercion from teams to try and make players disclose if they were walking out, to pressure them not to walk out. Some things that have been reported recently that we can't speak to details because of personal situations, but it has been a dangerous thing that Riot put in place. And we asked them to delay the season. We said lower the temperature so that we can meet and we can actually come to solutions, and we don't spend all of our time convincing Diamond 1 players not to take the stage in a sham fashion. So that was first and foremost. I think their statement today is overly aggressive and doesn't set the tone right for going into these negotiations. But at the end of the day, my job is to do the work and go and meet and get ourselves to a place where our players can feel comfortable about going forward and playing. We want to play, and we just got to see they're going to put us at the table, and they're going to actually listen to reason about what needs to happen for this scene to work, because the community is with us on this. They know that what's happening is not good for League of Legends globally or in North America.
Okay. All right. So how do we move forward here?
If you're in the public, I think your voices have been instrumental for us throughout this process. Solidarity has been huge. I mean, it's been incredibly humbling to see people who, I said Diamond 1, I wasn't joking. I've had a Diamond 1 player reach out to me saying I was offered a job to go play as a scab. And yeah, Rob brought up, you can make a lot of money to do that. And the fact that we're here, that they realized it was impossible to run a broadcast without player support, is huge. And part of that's the community. You taking and talking about this and talking about labor movements and the importance of worker solidarity is huge. We need more people to understand the importance of that. And yeah, there's a bullet at the end of this rainbow that says the league doesn't play if we don't come to an agreement in 2 weeks. And that's a serious thing to put at stake in a conversation. But it also speaks to the power of players and the power of employees writ large. If people stand up at the end of the day, like the means of labor are what create the product, and there's no esports without the players. And so I think that's what I see today, is that they realize that, and it might have taken them a few days to, but we just need the community to keep loud and keep on the riot about coming to real solutions. That's what matters. Like, if we're going to get this season going and we're going to get to Worlds, it's going to be because we work together, not because we stood up on Twitter and on posts and yelled at each other from afar. We got to get in the room and work.
So, given your understanding of the situation, what do you think the likelihood is that the season will be canceled?
Not going to comment on that at this time.
So, sorry, I'm getting some other questions on the side as well, but I guess like you already mentioned, it's the people watching have more power in this regard than in normal circumstances when there's like some kind of labor action. I mean, I guess like the alternative would be to try to fill the franchise slots with scab players, which has happened in the past, even in the NFL, where the player unions do have, I would say, a little bit more power than the LCSPA does over the NFL, where they like brought in scabs. And it's not like you guys have the capacity to go outside of the stadiums and like beat the shit out of the scabbing players. You know what I mean? Like which is what they did in the NFL at the time in Philadelphia, if I'm not mistaken. But no, literally, that is what happened back in the day, chat. It's part of labor history. But regardless, so I mean, I don't know where like other than players engaging in this walkout, I don't know what other actions there could be. What is the funding? I mean, I guess like part of it is there a strike fund or some kind of funding mechanism to help out players throughout this time that are a part of the Players Association? Is there a structure resembling like normal North American unions, or have you guys ever thought about partnering with the UAW or a larger union in North America like the Teamsters, which I'm sure would be perfectly willing and able to help out in situations like that? Is there any opinions on that? Because look, I don't really understand the league space at all. I play Valorant and I play it very poorly. I'm just simply talking about this or thinking about this from the perspective of like labor action in general.
Yeah. No, and I appreciate that. A lot of my work in the last 2 weeks has been educating on the history of labor in America and how labor actions work. And I started off a call a day ago just explaining what a walkout versus strike versus lockout is. So I appreciate your voice in this and helping to, bring education on this stuff to folks and just the importance of it. In terms of what we can do next, like first and foremost, like we have to keep up public pressure. You can't let the story die, and it's part of our job and it's part of the community's job to continue to make right understand that people want the LCS to happen and they want it to happen with the players that they know and love, and to come to the table and bargain in good faith. That's the the first and foremost thing. We don't need a strike fund right now. Our players are still working. The walkout never actually started because Riot delayed the season, right? Our walkout was going to be the start of the season. We kind of obfuscated that, but of course we were going to walk out day one. That was when it was going to start. So right now players are, by all accounts, continuing to scrim and practice and train. So they're getting paychecks. Don't set up a bargain. Don't set up a fund for them today.
Yeah.
For unions, I would love to talk to IEW, Teamsters, anybody. We do have relationships, particularly through our friends and partners at One Team Partners with traditional sports unions. And those groups have been really helpful to us throughout this entire process, not just these weeks, but in the months and years behind, and helping to advise us on how to build our player power and how to, kind of awaken the labor minds of our players. Obviously, it's been a big step for us and a scary one, but they've continued to support. And shout out especially to some folks who have spent time at the NFL PA, MLB PA, and MLS PA, and NWSL PA, and WNBA PA. All those groups have had people who have helped us along this way, and we're leaning on them right now to continue to give us aid. We're talking about all of our options up to unionization, but it is very complicated because we're in a three-party system, and it's not typical in labor for three parties to exist. Usually it's employer-employee, and we got employer-employee and developer. So it makes it more complicated in some really real and really scary ways. So right now, keep the volume up.
Okay. What are so this seems to be the main point of contention, but are there other issues that players are facing that the LCSPA has spoken out about beyond so like from what I understand, and again, my understanding is not great on this stuff, so it seems like one of the major issues is that the franchise teams did not want to continue having like a farm team, right? Like through this league. Yep. I don't know what the proper way to call it is, I guess.
I think it's a good, I use the AAA and MLB's description all the time. I think it's pretty effective.
So, and they basically did not tell you that they were going to stop implementing this. So I feel like part of it is also the franchise teams that are complaining about profits to Riot, which is then taking this action. Is that correct?
Yeah, there's always more devil in the details. We don't begrudge the teams for I understand how corporations work. You don't want something that's not pretty on the ROI, and farm systems look like loss leaders, but it's table stakes for being in the game. When they got franchised, it was partly you said you're going to get money from the developer to run your team, and you're going to get money from the developer to run your AAA team. So that was table stakes. And for the developer to just say overnight, well, I guess because you didn't spend our money well, now you don't have to operate one of those like core components of a healthy sports ecosystem, is just deeply problematic. And we've been talking with Riot. The idea of removing this requirement was not off the table, but we were talking about it for 2024. And the reality is pulling this rug from us in the middle of 2023 has caused real harm to players, meaningful harm. We lost at least 35 player jobs, probably more, plus coaches and supporting staff who all lost jobs as well. A lot of these players were here on visas and were in year-plus leases on their own that the teams made them sign. They had to break their leases, fly home to a region where they had lost residency from because many players from the Oceanic region had declared North American residency through a recent Riot decision. So they no longer have residency in their home country. So these people got sent home with a bill they couldn't afford and couldn't even play competitively. We had to spend half of our time fighting the decision itself and half the time helping them clean up the mess they made along the way. So that's the kind of situation we're looking at here, and why we have taken the stand we have, because it's been egregious harm to players. And that's, it's the how it's done as much as that it is done. We were down to have a conversation long-term about how do we get away from this requirement. What does an ecosystem look like where you don't need to require teams to participate in order for people to want to participate? Again, that gets back to our asks. You put money on the table, like revenue on the table, to incentivize teams to participate, or you give them a pathway to the upper division. Those are the two proven methods. That's why they were on our list of 5 items. But we're down to talk. If Riot's got an idea that works that's different, we're down. We just don't believe what's been listed so far meets that criteria. And so that's why we want to talk. We want to meet and work out a real plan, because I know there are people at Riot who care, they give a shit, and somebody's sort of forced the hand here in a way that we just don't quite understand. And we're hopeful that the next 15 days are going to lead us to some meaningful discussions and actually get some outcomes.
So I have another question about the team's involvement in this, like the esports organizations. Is it not true that they applied pressure to Riot to eliminate this, and then Riot responded? Not to take away any of the responsibility off the hands of Riot, but is that not another avenue for negotiations to bring the esports teams to the table as well?
They'll absolutely be a part of it. At the end of the day, Riot's the one who makes the call on this stuff, and they're the judge, jury, executioner. Teams, we have no love for the fact that they received more money in revenue from Riot this year than they spend on player compensation. So the idea out of the gate that they think they cannot afford to operate their teams is comical. Like they're operating with C-suites and finance people. They should be able to run a budget. It's just that simple, and they should be accountable for that. And they shouldn't be given bailouts in this way for not being responsible. So they're absolutely accountable, and they're a part of the conversation. But we look again to Riot, because Riot had the choice. The teams voting means nothing. They're in advisory capacity in the same way we are. Riot had 100% autonomy to make this decision. So we look and understand that they're the power source, and so we're not going to put more energy than we must into a group that doesn't have real power in this situation.
So for the Players Association, what's the makeup of the Players Association, if you don't mind me asking? Like, is it on the leadership side? I assume it's like democratically elected, yourself included. But are there who is in the makeup of the board?
Yeah, so I'm not elected. I'm hired by the executive committee of players. So we have an executive committee of 5 players who are democratically elected by their peers, and we have a board of directors of 5 community members who have professional experience and background that help to advise and support the players pro bono. Really appreciate all of them. So those the executive committee is who hires me, and the board was established by them initially, and then the board has self-selection privileges for replacement. So that is the general structure, but the power is held in the executive committee. I'm a conduit for the things they decide. I can run by their names, but I'm not sure as a low-level Valorant player if that's helpful for you.
Okay. All right. That makes sense. So the way I see it is, it's like it's a marketing arm of Riot, like the LCS is, and for that marketing to generate value, you need players, and those players are making demands, and you are bringing those demands to the bringing those demands to Riot.
Yeah, absolutely. Today they're the people, in our eyes, they said where you compete, when you compete, who can compete, and they're the ones providing the funds that pay the people who compete. So when we look and go down the list of the most important stakeholder items for our players and the things that matter to them, Riot's in charge of all of them. And so that's where our focus tends to be on them. We deal with teams frequently, and they are an important player, and we have a support from a lot of people within teams. General managers, coaches, staff, all people who care deeply about leagues and esport and want the scene to work and don't agree with the decisions of their owners. Not dissimilar from the NFL, or I'm sure the NBA, where you've got plenty of people below the C-suite level that are that are compassionate and believe in the product in the right way. So, we've got those folks, and we're working with them as collaborators as well. And we seek the support of teams wherever we can, and appreciate orgs that have reached out and asked how they can be helpful and said, I don't want to hire scabs, and what do you recommend we do? So those folks have all been great. And we're going to keep working with them, but Riot is the power player, and teams know this too. We all know it. In esports, it's no secret, as Slasher pointed out. This is all like the developers are God. It's a space that is not oft considered because it's such a strange thing.
It's especially shitty when the devs themselves do not have a union internally within Riot, which is another way to most likely get Riot to meet your demands. If there was a union for the devs, and then they could collaborate with the Players Association, then Riot would be forced to. Then Riot would be forced to basically concede or even come to the table with less bargaining power, I guess, because they currently hold all the cards.
Yeah, absolutely. And they do hold the cards. Let's be real about the post they made. They said, we'll kill the league for the season if you don't come and play at some point. And this is a marketing arm for them, right? If it were the NFL, of course the NFL locks out and seasons don't happen. And, in my youth, hockey was played less frequently than it was played from lockouts and strikes. These things happen for sure, but Riot has different incentives than a traditional sports league in a lockout situation, because at the end of the day, running the sport is not their core product. The game is their core product, and they have different incentives, and that changes the calculus for how you organize and how you advocate. And it's uncharted territory. It's something that excited me about taking the job, and it also keeps me up at night because there isn't a good labor book on how to deal with somebody who's got this much power.
Yeah. Well, I'm with you, and I hope that Riot listens to the very reasonable demands that you guys are making. I mean, is there anything that you want to say to at least this audience or a broader audience in general, as far as like what watchers, viewers, league enjoyers can do?
Stay tuned. We're going to keep communicating. Our focus the next few days is going to be good faith negotiation, getting into the nitty gritty and coming out the other end with something. But we need that pressure from everybody on the way through. This delay is a space that needs to be filled with people calling for the league to see reason, and that's going to be instrumental. So anybody who can speak out and speak up, and if you have connections to folks in labor, I send them our way. We are checking our DMs as fast as we can. It has been a busy time, but we are committed to getting in there and taking every ounce of help we can get. So that was what I asked. Thank you. And just thanks for covering this and having me on. Appreciate it deeply.
Okay. All right. Thanks for coming on, man.
Thank you.
All right, Rod, are you there?
Yep.
All right. Do you have any final words on this?
Yeah, you used the worst fucking picture of me. I had the stream paused and I only unpaused it when Phillip came on. I look like fucking Doc from Back to the Future. And you got a big Fox News logo behind me. What did you do to me?
I don't know. Why did you?
Me.
Well, that's what happens when you don't turn on your camera. Okay, you're like, oh, I'm sorry, I don't have a camera with me.
Awful, terrible, terrible. Great. Thank you, Hasan. No, but great job. Thank you for covering it. I think you covering this story does a lot for the wider audience to understand what is happening out there, and people that don't follow League of Legends should support the players in the situation. Truly, look, esports is going through a very tough financial time for everybody, and there is some reason to understand the scenario from the organization's point of view and from Riot's point of view. However, all things considered, the players are the ones that have the least amount of leverage here. They're the ones being fucked over the most, and they deserve the most support from the community. So, good job, Hasan.
All right. Thanks for coming on, guys. Have a good one.
Bye.
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 Love you.
Okay. I think the situation looks kind of grim considering how much power Riot has in this situation. Hopefully it will, hopefully it's such a weird prospect because like you're literally at the whims of this gigantic corporation. Bro, news broke that LCS is delayed for 2 weeks for negotiations. Wait, did that just come out? I'm confused. Like literally while we were having this conversation? No, I thought that this was that it's this, right? It's this. They're delaying it, and then they also said no, they said they were going to delay it, and then beyond the 2 week delay, if it continues, they'll just drop it entirely. I see it as one of the first walkouts of esports. Is a huge moment for gaming in general, bro. Look, do you want me to be fucking honest? Like, I think without any sort of like there's no players unions, players associations have power because they're the fucking workers. Okay, they're the ones who generate value. Without the players association, the NBA doesn't exist. Without the players, and the NBA doesn't exist. But LCS could potentially be dropped, it seems, by Riot, and not really thought about as much. And given that there's no internal pressure generating value, developers themselves doing something, refusing to work or anything like that, or like a developers union, also internally pressuring Riot to continue, the Riot to meet the demands. It seems very, very difficult. The value comes from, skin sales. Yes, I understand that. But it's not that they're too easily replaceable. That's not what it is. It's not that they're too easily replaceable. It's that, like, how are you going to walk out of a video game? There's no barrier. You're wrong about that. They are doing that, and you can do that. It's just that, if Riot is seeing LCS as a liability and doesn't think that, like, if Riot sees LCS as a liability and the NA region entirely as, like, bullshit, is just, like, not giving enough, not leading to enough sales in skins and whatnot, I can see them making this decision, like this insane decision. I have a lot of thoughts, none of which Twitter provides room for context for. The one thing I do want to make clear is that I had no intention or interest in participating in the scab broadcast, so at least that is off the table. I think one thing that you could do that Phillip did not mention is if you work in any part of Riot, if you're a broadcaster, if you are in any capacity working for Riot, I mean, this is like a lot to ask of people, considering that they are not a part of the, considering that they're not a part of a union, so there's no like real adequate protections. It seems like it would be a big ask, but the one thing that people could do if they're working, if they're working with Riot in any capacity, they could make a big stink about it and apply external pressure. You know what I mean? I think some realistic ways Valorant players to walk out in Solidarity because NA Valorant is much more profitable to Riot now. Yeah, but I don't think there's a players union for NA Valorant. You're right, though. That is, yes. Yeah, not just players, but also streamers, commentators, etc. Oh, there is one? There's a players association in Valorant? I did not know that. An organization run by America's Valorant pro players, provide counsel and programs. Okay. It's the same as the League One, basically has no power. Players Association is not a union. I know you know, but maybe some chat doesn't. Yeah. The biggest problem is the lack of inherent leverage in esports in comparison to traditional sports. The org still has the actual game to fall back on, while they don't have competitive esports without the players. Sports doesn't have the org without the players. Yeah, that's what I mean. There's no, I can't think of anything I can't think of anything that like is comparable. I can't think of anything that's like even remotely comparable because like the dynamics are completely out of whack where it's just like they have everything. You know what I mean? They hold all the cards. So as a players association in this situation, like all you can do is just basically beg the company to be nice to you. You know what I mean? There's literally nothing. There's nothing you can do in that regard. I'm glad the LCSPA put out a statement like this because it pigeonholes them. What? Right now, my biggest concern is the overwhelming majority vote. Why it was surprising is that it doesn't strike me as the overwhelming majority would actually want the NACL to remain a small thread. A large amount of players in NALCS are specifically because the NACL and talent developments as a whole have been a failure. We had arguments on how players feel threatened by second teams in their org throughout the history of EUNA. Why would it change now? To me, I think NACL was a catalyst for the majority of NA players to try to secure job security for themselves. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. The fuck? Like, wanting job security is not wrong at all. My biggest concern for the last 24 hours has been that the LCSPA agrees to riot protections without NACL mandate. Riot would outplay them if so, and here's why. If you use NACL demands to negotiate better protections for yourself as LCS players, then leave the NACL in the mud, but get what you wanted. Riot would destroy the LCSPA in a very real PR sense. PR-wise, the above tweet solidifies that the LCSPA must follow through with the NACL demands. This thread is pretty inside baseball stuff. I don't think you're going to get the right context and understanding of the league ecosystem. Yeah, I don't really fully get that. What is the? I also don't understand what the alternative is. I don't understand what the alternative is to having like a farming program like this. Cannot back off without NACL being remandated for NA players to develop in or Doom TLDR. I'm highly suspicious on whether the LCSPA is actually acting in NA players' best interest at all, and I hope they cap themselves PR-wise into doing so. Otherwise, the most likely scenario is they back off on the NACL demand in favor of better LCS player protections. Import is they could tie it into challenger and rank in lieu of a farming program. Get players from Korea as an alternative. I think there is, look, I don't know enough about this, but it seems like there's always an opportunity because it's all marketing, right? It's all marketing. This is all marketing. The farm program is marketing. NA, like the LCS in its entirety is marketing. It's supposed to drum up support and get people excited to root for a fucking team, but then also watch League of Legends, a competitive League of Legends, and then turn around and then like purchase skins and play the game, right? Like that's their goal. So if that's the case, NA is a really powerful market for that sort of thing. NA might not have the best talent pool as it stands, or there might have been mismanagement by teams on their farming programs with the money that they got from Riot. But ultimately, it doesn't matter because, these things take time. It's a lot of money. It costs money. But all it would take is for one fucking super solid team to pop off and garner a lot of support. NA is not in the top 3 player races. No, I know. I get that. I understand. There are caps on how many players from other regions you can have, so they can't just have full Chinese, Korean, or EU roster. Yeah, they could just open that up, though, right? And then the only issue would literally be... The only issue in that regard would then literally just be fucking visas. Fans are very aggro against full import teams. Good. That's not necessarily a bad thing. Having a full import team or fans being upset about having a full import team is not necessarily a bad thing, because that only shows, as far as I understand, that only shows that people want like NA players in the NA league, and the best way to create more NA players is by having a viable farming program. Like, part of the reason why you know, NA is dominant in basketball in comparison to other places, right, is precisely that reason. They have incredible scouting and farming programs. Like, if you got a dude that's like halfway decent in any school playing basketball, they immediately get fucking put into a slot to possibly go to the NCAA. And before that, you didn't even need to go to the NCAA. You could go directly into the league, into the NBA. But you go to a good high school, then you go to the NCAA, and then a couple of years into the NCAA, you go into the NBA, right? Like, that's because there are really good scouting programs, and really good farming programs, like 5-star back in my day, at least when I played basketball in high school. Like, that was, I think that was one of the initiatives. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of stuff even outside of school that plays a role in this. It's the same for football academies in the EU. Exactly. Yeah, but then we literally won't be NA. Like, me as a watcher would not care to watch. Like, why should we be just worse Korean or Chinese league? Yeah, it seems like if they've gone this far, they may go the full way. No, my point is this. They take players out of their local high school to put them in the nationally ranked schools. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you could absolutely set up a similar structure for league. It's just that it hasn't worked thus far. Yeah, there's a reason why countries in Africa and Eastern Europe don't have as good or dominant domestic teams. Exactly, because they do not have enough money on the infrastructure side to build solid scouting, farming, and training programs early on. America is an incredibly viable market. Like, so many people consume league content, play league here, right? Which is why I'm saying it's shocking to me that more efforts have not been made in creating more dominant space for esports in the United States of America. It's just odd. The difference is the league patches all the time. Game is completely different from one year to the next. NA players can't commit to that because of ping and packet loss. That's why Mark Cuban didn't invest, because it's hard to keep viewers interested when they don't know what the fuck's going on. The feeder team players get paid 2x the Chinese and Korean salaries. Yeah, I understand that. Also, they're in America, so there's that. It's cost of living is significantly more expensive here. So I don't know why the fuck people are like talking about that. Anyway. Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to end it here. on this note because I'm tired. Okay, and I'll be back tomorrow, obviously. Same time, same place, 11 a.m. And yeah, I forgot to watch my fucking vlog that finally came out on the second channel. For the record, the strike vlog came out. Striking in Marvel Studios with Adam ruins everything. Here it is. 17 minutes long. Came out 8 hours ago. You guys can go check it out. Okay, you guys can go watch it. I will watch it tomorrow. Okay. Is it a vlog or stream highlights? No, it's a vlog with stream highlights in it. Bitch, just watch it. Why are you asking me this question like, oh man, I'm not gonna watch it if it's stream highlights?
America have decided.
Okay. Fucking assholes. Anyway, yeah, but that's it. That's it for today. For the time being. Okay.
Stunning lo-fi introduction starting off.
All right, everybody. Love you all. See you tomorrow. Peace.
All the shadows trickling in has helped people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord active prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time.